We saw some serious downpour last night. Hopefully, clears bright sunny skies up for us. Here's a look at the beautiful drone shot of the fabulous, majestic golf course, which is inside the fortified city of Golconda.
Yeah, it looks very beautiful.
This week, the Professional Golf Tour of India finds itself at the Golconda Masters, followed by Jammu and Kashmir Open. We have an array of events going on after that till the end of the season. The race is on for the Tata Steel Tour Championship. We will have Haryana Open in Panchkula G. Milkha Singh Invitational, which is a whopping 1.5 CR event in Chandigarh, followed by IOC Masters 2023.
Then we of course have the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational in the DLF golf course, which is a big prize money event as well. 2 crores in a very big pocket for all the players to play. Followed by SSP, the SSP Chaurasia Invitational, which is in Kolkata in the historical RCGC golf course, which we then go on to Jaipur, the Jaipur Open, which is again a 1 CR event. So some big prize money events coming up for all the players. And then, of course, we have the season ender, which is the Tata Steel Tour Championship in Golmuri, Jamshedpur. And that prize seems to be a very, very good one to play for, doesn't it?
Yes, the mother of all Tata Steel Players Championship, whopping 3 crore event. Everybody is looking forward to that. A look at the current PGTI Tata Steel rankings. Om Prakash leads the way by a headstone of 68 lakhs 3,042 rupees. His closest contender is at 3 lakhs 7,800.
I think that's Aman Raj, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, that is Aman Raj. And Karan Sachin are respectively at third and fourth, followed by some international flavor in the mix in forms of Jamal Hussain of Bangladesh and N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka.
A very recent winner.
Yes, fresh up from his fiery 6 under par, which led him to win the Vizag Open. In close pursuit to Thanga is Noida's Gaurav Pratap Singh, Sunit Chaurasia,
Bishnoi.
Sunit Bishnoi, Harinder Gupta, and Karthik Sharma. So there's a look at the top 10 of the PGTI.
Looks a very, very diverse mix of players, both in terms of places they come in from the country and some foreign flavor as well. Some veterans and some very, very young new players as well who are doing extremely well this year. There we have a look at Kevin from Andorra and Saqib Ahmed, who I've had the fortune of playing a lot of amateur golf with. They look pretty relaxed, don't you think?
Absolutely. With the round 3 on its way, everybody is looking to make a big move in the Bolini Pinash Telangana Golf Masters. Round 3 sees a surge of players trying to make headway and try and gun down the leader, which Akshay Sharma has been producing some wonderful scores and putting himself out of reach pretty much after his first round. But the heroics of Sachin Basoya matched his round 1 of Akshay, and he finds him only 1 shot adrift. So it is going to be a very exciting round 3. I hope you all are joining us. And those of you who you have just joined us, we are on the first tee for round 3 of the Telangana Golconda Masters.
Yes, indeed. Actually, we've been following Akshay Sharma playing the second half of the season pretty well. Even in Vizag, he was in contention. And Sachin Besoya, also a recent winner on tour, did well at the Indian Open this year. And I was watching a few holes of him, and I thought he's going to be nervous playing in the group that he was with some European Tour stalwarts. But he did pretty well. It was very impressive to watch him play.
Such beautiful sights of the Hyderabad Golf Club. Lot of water to contend with this week, especially on the island par 3 seventh hole. It's one of the most signature holes of this golf track. We'll have a soon quick look at it. And on the tee, we have Amardeep Malik from Noida, a two-time winner on Professional Golf Tour of India.
Look at that smile. Another young veteran on tour. Uh, he seems to be starting off this group off the first, which I believe is a tricky tee shot, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, it's a very tricky tee shot as it has out of bounds on both sides, and Amar has taken a very aggressive route from the looks of it. He's got a driver in his hand, so I'm thinking with his ball flight, he's planning to blow away the OBs on the left hand side and fly it to safe pastures.
Well, we would certainly hope so. However, beautiful the golf course might look, from a player's perspective, looking at the out of bounds and the water, it's always not easy to go for the shots that you want to. We're carefully going through his pre-shot routine. Seems to be okay with the shot. I think he's happy with the strike there.
Malik has a powerful ball flight, boring powerful fade. So from the looks of it, he should be in safe grounds and be
Yeah.
ready to go for his round. That's the drone shot of the first hole, and that in the center of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, is the practice range, the old practice range, which this week is out of bounds. So that's the out of bounds which the players will be trying to fly off and away from towards the center of the fairway.
Now we have Kevin on the tee, seems to be taking a more cautious approach with the 3-wood. Though it looked a fiery swing, and I think picking up the tee early is a good sign for every golfer. Should be somewhere in play, somewhere in the fairway.
Absolutely. This hole demands a lot of attention as it's a very tight, narrow hole. OB is left and right lurking, plus you can't pound your driver too far also. So for some of these long hitters like Sakib will have to be careful that they don't overdrive into the water hazard up front. So all in all, a very interesting and a nerve-wracking hole to begin your day with.
Which is it's funny given usually on the first hole you have some nerves and the adrenaline pumps and you tend to hit it longer than you usually do. Looking a little left, but I think as long as they're moving off the tee, all three of them were happy. That was Amardeep, Malik, Sakib, and Kevin. They're all Amar starting at 6 under par, and Kevin starting at 7 under par. Sakib starting at 7 under par as well. They're 7 shots adrift. Our leader Akshay Sharma, who's sitting pretty at 14 under for now. A lot of catching up to do for everybody who's behind him. Beautiful shot of the golf course again. Beautiful for us, scary for the players. Seems like a lot of water, a lot of traps. Seems like a golf course that you have to plan your way around. What do you think? You've played the golf course. I haven't had the fortune to play it yet.
Yes, absolutely. There are a stretch of tricky holes in this golf course where you have to be very mindful. The designer has placed a few tee shots which can be really nerve-wracking for most of all. But yes, the width in the fairways is sizable, so the approach shots going in from the fairway towards the green need to be a little measured because there are certain small contourings on these greens which the players will have to contend with. And here's a look at the beautiful signature hole seventh. You can watch it's an island par three and will test the nerves of players when they approach this beautiful tee shot.
I think all the golfers and golfing fans out in Hyderabad should definitely go out and watch all of these guys do what they do. They're very good at their craft. And I think, do you think the rain is going to help scoring today, or it makes the golf course softer? Do you think it's going to play long? What do you think happens in these conditions on this golf course?
Well, as long as it's not raining while the players are playing, of course, it will factor in as a pretty much a welcome change as it calms down the weather conditions, the temperatures low down, and the rule of lift, clean, and place comes into play, which is a very good advantage, especially around the greens. If you have a slightly awkward lie, you're allowed to mark your tee ball with the marker of your choosing, clean it up, and then place it. So definitely a sizable advantage in terms of scoring when you have lift, clean, and place going on. And will shortly let you know about if lift, clean, and place is being used this round third because first two rounds did see that.
I was never a fan of lift, clean, and place myself because to get that you have to hit the fairways, and I usually did not like going into fairways. But I hope the players today that we're watching, they get to uh, strike a few down the middle and take advantage of the lift, clean, and place if we have it in play, which we will check. Some beautiful shots again. Um, which holes would you say, Aditya, are tricky? So even if you have a very good round going, you want to be careful when you get to those holes, or some design gems on this golf course that one should look out for.
Yes, this golf course has some really elevated tee shots into very narrow openings. So, not for the faint-hearted, the design. And some of the tighter holes are the first hole, your seventh hole, and the 17th. These are the ones which you're looking to maneuver very sharply as you can easily drop shots on these holes. Rest of the golf course is pretty wide open. It gives you ample opportunities to score in. So the players will also be very careful to pick and choose which holes they're going to be aggressive with, and some of the holes where they're going to plot the chess route and be wise about it.
Seems like a very interesting design, very interesting layout. You don't. It's a good mix of getting an opportunity to score. Also, throughout the round, you have to be careful on the holes that come out. You can't go over aggressive on the golf course at any point. Um, I've always appreciated such golf courses. Makes a player think, puts a lot of other golfers with different skills in the mix, like we see with the leaderboard also. Um,
So all this green pastured surface which you see, a smaller fact for someone who doesn't know is that the entire golf course is inside the fortified city of Golconda. So the outer peripheries of this entire golf course are surrounded by the fort walls. While you're playing some tee shots, the designs of tee holes are actually on elevated surfaces, which used to be the security perimeters of the fort.
that's actually very interesting. You're basically playing a lovely layout and then also being part of, or you're playing golf on history in short. And the golf course seems to be doing very well despite the heavy downpour through the week. A quick look at the leaderboard at our end to let the viewers know. Seems like Pukrat Singh Gill, another very young, very powerful player. Om Prakash Chauhan, obviously our order of merit leader currently. Karan Pratap Singh, Mandar Prasad, they all seem to have a good start. They're all one under through the first initial holes of their round. That is Dak Shokin, who started off very strongly in the week. He had a wonderful round of 6 under um, in the first round, which he followed with a little more modest 1 under. But anytime you're shooting under par on a golf course at a professional event, you're doing well. And he seems to be taking a very different approach than the group we saw before. He's taking an iron off the tee. Watching that carefully, he seems to be peering towards the center of the fairway. So
Yes, this leader group has Daks, Shokeen, Shankar Das, and Muhammad Azhar leading the local challenge. Azhar is the only player who's walked through the first 36 holes and has found himself closer to the leaders and is now in a possible contention. On the other hand, Shankar Das, whose home club is Royal Calcutta, has won 7 times, so he knows a thing or two about winning. Also, the Order of Merit winner. So, if I was a betting man, I would like to have a keen eye on how he goes about it, because 7 winning titles under your belt is no easy feat.
absolutely, and on a tour which is this competitive, and he's taking a 3 wood.
He seems to have started off on the left hand of the fairway and works his way. The keen look, I think he's a little worried about is it in the fairway or the first cut, because that ball started bang on line for where he was starting. And now Muhammad
Muhammad
Azhar
Azhar.
leading the local challenge.
Muhammad Azhar is also the only player from Hyderabad this week to have made the cut. And not only made the cut, he is lurking around the top of the leaderboard as well. He's going off with a 3 wood. Oh, he was sure of hitting a very good shot before he even hit it. So the confidence in his walk and his stride, you can see right there. On a lighter quip about Shankar Das, was the first player I saw who does a lot of his short game cross-handed.
And here's a look at Amardeep
Amar on
Malik on the putting green for the first hole. Looks to be a little downhill. Edgy greens are notoriously quick. We're playing at a very high stimp this week.
Yes, I think we were at a 9.5 today, which is very impressive considering the rain that was there. A
Yeah,
good
this
lag, but just a little short. He might have wanted to cross the hole and see if he could give it a better shot, but a good start nonetheless.
Yes, once you're on the away on the first hole, especially if it's a downhill, but sometimes it's easier to leave it a little short. So calming the nerves, I'm sure that's a smooth par for him.
And considering you said that the first hole is a little tricky with the outer bounds lurking on the left, I think getting away with a par start is a good way to go.
Absolutely. The first hole, if even if we spoke to the leaders as of right now, Akshay, and asked him, will we give you a par for all 4 rounds on the first hole, he would have gladly taken it because it's a hole which can make you lose a lot of shots. Now, Sakib for his birdie attempt, I'm presuming, again, pretty much on Amar's similar lines.
A
But
little shorter should make a better quick perfect, and he does. Lovely stroke, lovely way to start the round. He's got the green speeds measured from the get go.
yes, Sakib with a wonderful opening birdie from the looks of it. Already into a fast start into what is the moving day, what we call the moving day for round three. For anyone who is just joining us, we are giving you live coverage of The Bulini Panache and Telangana Tourism presents the Golconda Masters 2023. Here's a look at the top racer. Beautiful use of modern age technology goes to show not only what the apex of the ball flight is, but the actual pattern it has taken. There you have Sakib cutting out the OB and moving the ball back into play.
Here we have a look at Kevin on hole number 2. Seems to be taking an iron off the tee.
Because the second hole is a little bit of a risk and reward, as most of these power hitters can drive it very close or maybe onto the green. But that brings in the difficulty of overshooting the green where out of because if you overshoot the green even by the slightest margin, there's an out of bounds lurking behind. So both Kevin and Amar seem to be taking a safer route and leaving themselves pretty much a better angle of approach towards the flag.
Yes, I think judging by this group, I'm assuming everybody wants to just put themselves in play and have a good approach to the second green. Here we have Amardeep Malik. Seems to be taking a longer look than you would like a golfer to take. By his reaction, I would assume he just missed the fairway or something was slightly off than what he wanted.
Yeah, he had a bit of a stern, eager look at that. Maybe he didn't place it as well as he would have liked it. And there's a look change of way of how approach is being done for this hole by Sakib. Sakib taking a more aggressive route. With his length, he can definitely make it or maybe overshoot the green. So here's another way of how about you can go playing this particular hole.
There we have the yardage of the hole as well. That's 323 yards. I think any golfer who has a risk of overshooting a par 4 that is that long is definitely spending a lot of time in the gym and is very sure of the game that they have. But knowing Sakib, he's always been someone who wants to go low, who wants to shoot low, and he has done that in the past. He comes up with these rounds which uh, are 8 unders, 9 unders on fairly difficult golf courses as well. And I think it's because of the aggressive approach that he um, has for the sport.
Yes, Sakib is definitely no slouch when it comes to being aggressive and in terms of distance. So the reason why you see him backing off is because probably there's a group ahead on the greens and he's being careful not to disturb him with the bomb he is about to unleash.
Yeah, I think Amar seems to be helping him out with the proceedings as we take another look at another aerial shot of the golf course. There's a look on the first tee. The very, very familiar hat of Aman Raj. Aman Raj, if you remember, we mentioned he is second in pursuit to Om Prakash Chauhan on the order of merit. And um, there we have Kapil Kumar as well. I think he's got a driver out and he's standing on the tee box, which would imply that he's probably starting off proceedings for this group. Kapil Kumar, another player from Delhi. I was recently watching him play a golf round with Arjun Sharma, and he's one of the better drivers of the golf ball that I've seen. It's a very straight. He had all fairways, so that should be a start that he's little less nervous and a little more comfortable with having the driver in his hands.
Yes, Kapil's been around for a while now and he's been knocking on the door for some time. A very good, accurate player of the tee and fairways. Sometimes his putter does not give him the justice what his rest of the game is producing. There's a slight change in the scoring of the scorecard for this week. This golf course used to be a par 71, but HGA went under a few changes of the layout, and with the addition of the new beautiful practice facility which they produced in, there is a change in the totality of the number of strokes, which makes it a par 72 since 2022.
Couple ready for his tee shot. He's teed it up on the right side of the tee box. That would usually mean that he's opening up the left side to maybe play a fade.
Yes, he prefers a ball flight which is left to right and also called the fade. So nice way to tee up on the right hand side to give you a little extra room to maneuver the ball.
He's carefully looking at it, but well, by his dad's standards of driving, he's probably just not on the side of the fairway he was wanting to hit.
Yes, and here's a look at the man who is currently second on the order of merit. Aman Raj, hailing from Patna Golf Club, already has 2 wins under his belt. I'm sure he will be looking to change that in a very
Yes.
short span of time.
And he is a golfer who does not shy away from shooting some very, very strong numbers. Here we have, which seems to be less than a 3 wood as well. Seems to be like a driving iron for Raman Raj.
Looks like an hybrid is more or less trying to place himself in between that narrow gap.
Takes an
Always,
aggressive stride.
always a good sign to see the player holding his finish. That means the balls come out in exactly the way they have intended.
Now we take a look at Ravi Kumar out with the driver. He hails from Chandigarh, Septa. He plays in Chandi Mandir Golf Course, and he's third on the tee. And he would also like to make some inroads on the order of merit in this tournament. Off we go with this group. Confident walk of Aman Raj, and Ravi Kumar is following back. On the green on the first again.
Azhar doing repair work for making sure that there is no obstacles popping up in his route for the ball to travel upon. So Bulini Panache and Telangana Tourism presents the Telangana Golconda Masters 2003. Happens to be the 12th event on the Professional Golf Tour of India for the current season 2023. The tournament prize purse has been raised from 40 lakh, which was the last year's prize purse, to a whopping 1 CR. So a lot of money along with a lot of world ranking points are available for all the top athletes and professional golfers who find themselves on the beautiful turfs of Hyderabad Golf Club.
No, it is impressive. The prize money of a tournament going 1.5 times in a year. It gives a boost to the tour. It gives a motivation to the hardworking and highly skilled golfers that we have here on the PGTI. As we see Azhar, just missing his putt from the underside.
Yes, that must have looked very good to Azhar all the way, but took a sharp left towards the low side. I guess he didn't anticipate that much of amount of break towards the end. But such is the game of golf, always ready to fox the person. Shankar Das seems to have a very small putt left for him. Probably a cleanup par attempt from the looks of it. Because if it's a birdie approach, then he's hit a stellar of a second shot onto this green.
It doesn't seem to be a very lengthy putt that should trouble him, but um, he's giving it caution. He's being careful. You don't. It's very easy to make unforced errors in this sport. So you have the time, utilize it, and hopefully he finishes the job. There, center of the cup, not a problem for Shankar Das. There we have Shankar Das, Azhar, and Daksh waiting on the group on tee number 2 as we watch their top tracer replays on the first.
There you have three very good ball flights off the tee on the first hole. So this tournament has had some serious big guns claiming the HA trophy in the likes of Harinder Gupta, who won in 2015. Ajitesh Sandhu did it back-to-back consecutive years in 2016 and 17. The Olympian Udyan Mane, who's also done it twice in 2018 and 2022. Then we have the likes of Chika, who achieved the same feat in 2019, and to the most recent winners, who again, just like Sandhu has gone in 2021 and 2022 to take this trophy home, who was Manu Gandas. Manu Gandas also holds the course record, which is a whopping 10 under par.
I'm not surprised that given the year Manu had, our 2022-23 Order of Merit winner, and all the names that you took there are very consistent and multiple winners on tour. So this tournament seems to have bringing out winners who are the more consistent, better players on tour. And kudos to the golf course, kudos to the organization. Here we see Yashas, Sachin, and Akshay on the tee on the first, which means that very soon we will have our leader group tee off. They all look eager, ready, sure to start their round. Peering eyes of Yashas. Seems to be a very interesting day ahead of us. Aditya, what do you think? Do you think we're going to see some low numbers today? Do you think there's going to be more people closer to the leader, or you think the leader is going to run away today? Yashas Chandra, who hails from Mysore um, and has been pro for 5 years now, and he's closely following suit at 10 under par, 4 shots adrift. Akshay Sharma. Here he is. Seems to be a 3 wood or a 5 wood, maybe. A little more cautious than the players we've seen before.
और अब है वो समय जब पहले तीन खिलाड़ी जो इस रेस में सबसे आगे की तरफ हैं, यशस चंद्रा, सचिन बसोया और अक्षय शर्मा, तीन विभिन्न भागों से हमारे देश के यशस मैसूर और सचिन दिल्ली के, जबकि जो हमारे अव्वल नंबर पे चल रहे हैं अभी तक अक्षय शर्मा है चंडीगढ़ से। सो तीन अलग अलग भागों से हमारे देश के तीन बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी दिखाएंगे आपको कि किस तरीके से इस खूबसूरत एचजीए गोल्फ कोर्स पे अपना नाम स्थापित करने के लिए क्या क्या करना पड़ेगा, इन्हें अगले 36 होलों में दर्शाएंगे। सो जो हमें अभी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, लुफ्त उठाइए, बेहतरीन गोल्फ आपके शहर में चल रही है, आइए देखिए और मजा लीजिए इसका।
Very well put, Aditya. Actually, if you look at it, they come from different parts of the country, which goes to show how diverse and how much the game is growing all around.
Well, this man Akshay Sharma on your screens, who's already a two-time winner on the Professional Golf Tour of India, hails from Chandigarh Golf Club. He has been knocking very hard on the winner circle. One, as somebody who would have seen what happened in Vizag, was a very heartfelt bogey for him on the 18th, which he could not force a playoff with Hanga. But soon, in the very next week, he's made amends and finds him at the top of the leaderboard once again. So for a betting man, Akshay will be someone you are looking for.
Um, I think he has had a little nervy start, maybe just taking a provisional to be uh, sure if he doesn't find his golf ball, he doesn't need to come back. But it's always,
Absolutely. I just hope I've not put the commentator's curse on the man because he's been playing some stellar golf.
I think that was a more sure strike for him. We are not sure where the first one went, but let's hope it is in bounds and in play. We move on to the first with Kapil and Aman Raj.
So you can see on the live feed too, we have Saket cleaning up for his par attempt, it presumes. Or the first look at the second hole. The more accessible second hole gives you a lot of opportunity to do birdie if you're being a little aggressive about how you force your play onto that hole. Now back onto the first hole.
We see Ravi Kumar.
Yeah, Ravi Kumar has hit the ball beneath the hole. Always a better option to have an uphill putt coming on to any green. And the treacherous HGA greens have a thing or two to say about it, as they have some very subtle contours which the players will have to contend this week. They are in pristine conditions, but never easy to gauge these greens, at least not for me. Maybe a different story for the leaders.
Well, I think usually that is the trick for most golf tournaments because when it comes to ball striking, you could fairly say that most of the guys playing well are doing a good job of it, but it usually gets down to the short game and especially putting. And judging by what we've seen on the first green, not a whole lot of putts being made. So I'm assuming that there is some trick, some misreading going on the first. Maybe the measurement of the green speeds are still in tow. And Amaraj being very, very careful with what seems to be 3 or 4 footer, which, as golfers, we would know is they're actually difficult despite them not being very long golf shots. Just sneaks it in, takes a 360, but manages to get it to the bottom of the hole. He's got a little chuckle there.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future, fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Media giant ABP, which is in now collaboration with Professional Golf Tour of India. So it is a very welcome change for Professional Golf Tour of India, where we have live coverage of round 3 and 4 for the entire season, courtesy media giants ABP. So those of you who cannot find themselves in the beautiful city of Hyderabad can sit and enjoy in the comfort of their homes and watch some stellar golf being performed by the top athletes of our country.
Absolutely. I can vouch for that sitting here watching them play live golf. A big thank you for everybody involved bringing this live to us, all the spectators, and all the viewers and all the fans of golf, which are many in this country. Now we see it seems to be an elevated tee box, the third. Tell us about the third.
Well, the third hole, because of the new range, has come out from being a very dreaded par hole and a very daunting tee shot with water on the right and OB on the left to becoming a relatively easier par 3 at 176 yards. It's more of a welcome change for anybody, as the daunting tee shot is very used to be very challenging, now offers you a little safer play because it's a par 3 and takes the entirety of the water on the right hand side out of play.
Thanks for that description. As we watch Azhar playing his second shot, and right before that, we saw Shankar Das playing his shot on the second. And on live feed too, we have Kevin taking a swipe at the par 3 third, and he seems to have found the green.
That's a beautiful tee shot. Great camera work to be able to catch that ball in such dark conditions. Not very easy. So kudos to the cameraman and the
Yes.
player, Kevin.
From what we heard, it was still cloudy in Hyderabad, which would also imply that the weather is comfortable. So let's hope the rains stay away and we have a lovely round of golf.
Yes, absolutely. If you look at both the live feeds of 1 and 2, you cannot see any shadow, which means there is a serious amount of cloud cover on top of the city, which is a good thing in a way, but dangerous, as if it starts pouring, the conditions get very difficult to play and perform. So as long as it's cloudy and we do not have the rain gods showering some water on the golf course, we are good to go and players will actually be enjoying the welcome change.
But in my experience, the golfing gods do not want you to enjoy too much. So if the players are having a great time out on the golf course, they might just let the rains pour a little. But as far as we can see, oh, that's a great shot by Sakib. That group seems to be on the charge.
बिल्कुल बहुत ही बेहतरीन शॉट साकिब द्वारा और कुछ उतना ही अच्छा कैमरा वर्क कैमरामैन द्वारा टू कवर दिस बहुत ही मुश्किल शॉट। और अब अमरदीप मलिक आजमाएंगे अपनी स्ट्राइकिंग क्वालिटी par 3 थर्ड होल पे, जो कि 173 यार्ड्स का नया चेंज ओवर होल है। As you can see on live feed one, a very cautious stroke as the speed of the greens are a whopping 9.5 even after heavy rains, leaving just a little bit short than he would have liked. Not an easy putt to just run it by. Azhar being a little bit careful about his
They
putt.
seems to be happy with that. Seemed like a downhiller, and anytime you have that, it's not a bad option to lag it up and have a tap in and move on to the next.
Yes, so if you look carefully in the backdrop, with the far right corner is the tee for the second hole. So the players on that group are actually eyeing up their tee shots. I hope they don't bomb it on the head of the players, just like my co-host. I know he's very famously known for his exuberant long driving capabilities. So, Anish, what would this be like? A soft 5 iron for you to fly on the green?
Yeah, I would probably take a careful approach to find the fairway with the five. No, I appreciate the candor and compliment. But yes, there's so much more that goes on to actually score around the ways we see our leaders, and here we see Shankar Das. Also, a little fallback on what Amar did. We didn't seem to see him on the green, so he'll have an up and down to make. And Shankar Das seems to have missed that on the low side. Uh, Knowing him and his short game, he would not be very happy with that stroke.
Yes. On the other side, someone who's made a brilliant start to his round is Noida's Gaurav Pratap Singh. Birdie round on the first stretcher's first hole, and to top it off, he has eagled the very next hole second. So he's edging to go, and in the first three holes, he finds himself 3 under par. A very good start to his round. On similar notes, Amit Lal Lumba, who's right now tied 21st, has pretty much on the similar lines of what Gaurav was. He's 2 under par for his first six holes. Very good start.
Indeed, Gaurav Pratap Singh from Noida, a very jovial person in nature, but seems to have taken the aggressive route of scoring on moving day. And Daksh seems to have given a little more caution to that putt than he would have hoped for. But an easy tap in, what I would presume was for a par, and off they go to the third. And back on the first, are we following our leader group, and that is Sachin measuring his putt just off the green from the fringe. Oh, that must have looked very, very good till the end. A very swift pre-shot routine, a very sure stroke, and almost hold out from what seemed to be a little over 20, 25 feet.
Yeah, absolutely. That would look like a very good putt. And the only thing what we can presume is it's a smooth tap in for Sachin. Not very happy with his attempt, but as we were mentioning before, a four on the first hole is a very good job. For 4 rounds, for 4 competitive rounds, if you can produce par and walk away without dropping any shots on this hole, you have done a tremendous job.
Akshay there seems to be measuring his putt just off the green. Seems like the leader group is on a trend to have their birdie attempts just off the green here.
So it will be very interesting to see what number of stroke is Akshay attempting as he seemed to had reloaded, and that's the beautiful part.
Yes. Um, seems to be very happy with that stroke, and that's probably the difference why he's sitting on the top of the leaderboard as well. The start of round three, um, the putter must have been working well for him. We will soon update on what our leader Akshay did on the first, since we were not sure of where his first tee shot went and did he manage to play that or not. Here we have on hole number 3, Kevin very carefully attempting his birdie stroke. Runs it by, and he still has some work left.
Yeah, it looked like a more of a bashful hit on that because he's pounded it a good 4 feet past the hole.
We also have Sudhir Sharma and M. Dharma. Sudhir Sharma being one of the better ball strikers that I have seen in my life, starting off 1 under through 3. And that would, you would assume that is a steady start for most golfers, an under par through the first 3 or 4 holes.
Absolutely, it's a good start in the first three stretch of holes where if you can be under par, it's very good to start off your round like that. Keeping aside the abomination what Gaurav Pratap has done with those holes, where he's gone 3 under par for the tough stretch of first three holes. Here's a look at Amardeep Malik, a very good putter, and showcases
Very
why. Dialed it in with the perfect speed.
I agree with that. I think um, Amardeep has a good all round game. He's recently made some short game changes, which has also given him a boost in confidence. And usually, I've noticed people who start getting more confident in short game actually start striking it better because the pressure on their long game reduces. And Kevin trying to clean up his par after that aggressive putt, and he does a good job.
He made it look very, very simple. That's the beauty of people who are performing at such high levels. They can make this work.
Speaking of which, we have Ravi Kumar now on the
And
second.
as you can see on your screens, this is the young passionate prince of distance, Ainesh Aluwalia, and I'm your co-host Aditya. We'll be presenting you the live coverage of Telangana Masters, Telangana Golconda Masters Round 3 and live Round 4, live on the AVP and Eurosports Network.
Thanks for that introduction. And Aditya himself, being a professional golfer for quite a while, being on tour, knows the nitty gritties, and himself, one of the pros to watch out for.
Yes, one of the pros to watch out for when you're playing ahead of me. Hard hats is what I recommend. Please carry them.
Well, if jokes are going around, as long as you're in the fairway, you're safe. But we have to move away from this pandering and watch the group of Aman Raj and Kapil Kumar measure their putts and their attempts on the.
Yes, Aman Raj and both Kapil seem to be coming up from the higher. They need to be a little careful about the speed. On the other hand, Ravi can actually give it a stern hit as he's going uphill. But you can look at how far left he's aligning. That's the small contours of this green which we were talking about.
Usually on the screen through the cameras, it's very difficult to actually see the slopes on the greens. But here you can make out a few of them, a subtle slope, which would imply that there are actually quite a few contours if you can make it out on the screen. So on the green, there might be a lot more slopes than we can see. Kapil Kumar, what I presume is coming from over the hole. So he has a downhiller and
Yeah, from the looks of it, it's not only a downhill, but should be turning sharply from his left towards the hole. So I'm presuming speed is very high on his agenda right now.
Yes, I think he paid more dividends to the speed and didn't want to run it by.
Yes,
Was careful. Sorry.
as we can see, most of the players have been a little too cautious from the high side of this green, which is very, very simple as the severity of the slope marked with the speed of these greens are very high.
This is what happens. I think uh, most of the times we don't realize we try to see golf from a perspective of the outer bounds of the water, and usually don't give enough respect to the greens themselves, because a lot of the times players lose a shot here or a shot there on the greens, and that can be the difference between them contending and them fighting for the cut.
Narrowly missing out on his rather simpler uphill putt on second hole, Aman Raj on your screens. Now that's the water body in your backdrop, what we were talking about. If before the change in the hole, which is hole number 3, you had to contend with that water body, and it's a very daunting, it used to be a very daunting tee shot. Now drop it to a part 3, you pretty much take out the water and make life way simpler for people contending this week. A welcome change for all the players.
But at 323 yards on the second, you would obviously Ravi Kumar cleaning up. But like you said, it was a very short, almost a tap in, but he was very careful about it because he was coming from over the hole.
Yes, due diligence to these greens is very important. As we just saw in the first part of Ravi, he pretty much lined maybe 2 yards left of the flagstick, and the ball still found the backage of the hole and ended up on the low side.
Yes, which also goes to show what a commendable job the golf course and the ground staff has done despite all the rain. The greens are running at a good speed, and um even an appreciation token to the tournament committee here, because uh, playing golf for so many years, you know that it's not very easy to run a golf course and a tournament during heavy rains.
जी हाँ दोस्तों, जैसे कि आपने कई बार देखा होगा क्रिकेट के मैचों में, जब अचानक से बारिश हो जाती है, कैसे सपोर्ट स्टाफ आता है पूरे ग्राउंड को कवर करने के लिए। उतना आसान नहीं होता गोल्फ में, क्योंकि एक गोल्फ कोर्स लगभग 200 एकड़ में फैला हुआ होता है। तो जितने भी अच्छी प्लेइंग कंडीशंस आप देख रहे हैं, इसके लिए हमें खास धन्यवाद देना होगा एचजीए और उसके सपोर्ट स्टाफ को।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, no two ways about that. As we see our local boy Azhar on the par 3 seems to be a little away from the flag, so usually a two putt would not be that bad, but he would probably want to hold it.
From that distance apart, holding it would be a low percentage, but yes, with the players right now at the calibers what they're playing, it would not be an uncertainty.
It
Wow.
was a very, very good lag, very, very impressive putt from Azhar.
Yes, a very good part. Must have looked very good. And here's a look at the second hole. A very different ways how you can approach this hole. Akshay, the current leader, is But it looks from the looks of it, seems to have hit a driver and has a relatively simpler chip shot from a very small distance, presuming he's in the rough and not in the bunker behind it. Because if it's a bunker shot, then it is very, very tight and daunting. Not just because of the sheer length of that, but because the green's slightly elevated from where the player would be hitting that shot.
And usually that is something that on television we tend to miss, but elevation on a green usually makes short game a little more difficult than on flatter turfs. Here we see Daksh attempting his part on the third. Also, an update on Akshay Sharma, as we see he's made a bogey. So now we have Sachin and Akshay co-leading this event in round number 3, which is presented by Bulineni Panache and Telangana Tourism, presents Telangana Golconda Masters 2023 at the beautiful Hyderabad Golf Association. Akshay seems to have made the error of going over the hole. So he will have some slopes and downhill to contend with on the second.
Yeah, short game will be a little tricky and treacherous, just not because of the heavy rough that HGA has manicured for this week to challenge the players' skills, but that heavy downpour from last night would make the conditions a little more difficult, as the rough will have more juice because of the water still retained in the greens.
Absolutely, because I think there is lift clean in place, but that we see Shankar Das, and I thought that was going in.
Yeah, that looked like a very good putt. But if you look at now again, not only tied leader Akshay, but also Yashas has overshot the flagstick and left themselves with very fast downhill tricky putts.
Do you think maybe playing the leader group? I know they're consistent regular players, top players, but do you think maybe the first 2 3 holes, given the conditions and the speed of the greens, could also be that more than the difficulty of the shot itself, the nerves play a little part?
बिल्कुल, आप कितनी बार भी जीते हुए हो, कितनी बार भी कंटेंशन में आए हो, पर हर बार उस रेस में अव्वल दर्जे पे रहकर सीमा को पार करना थोड़ी तो हृदय की धड़कनों को तेज कर ही देता है। जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं, अक्षय 2 बार पहले जीत चुके हैं।
A big break from the right, and he has left it short. He is going to have another tiny little downhiller, which does not help the nerves.
Yes, that's the call of the day for the second hole. If you are coming from the back of the green, it's very easy to underhit it. Most of the players have done that. I'm sure Yashash would have learned a thing or two about the speed observing Akshay's putt.
It goes to show, I think, Gaurav Pratap Singh had the right approach. Just make the second shot and move on to the third. No need to contend with the big slopes on the second. As we also see, Said Saqib Ahmed is also started on a strong note. He birded the first and he has birded the third, so he's 2 under through the first 3. So there are a few players who are moving in the right direction on moving day.
Yes, Saqib is definitely moving towards the right direction, and Sachin would like to do the same with his birdie putt. Leaves it a bit short.
I think that was an uphill putt. Yes, he is taking another practice stroke after the fact. I think most of these players, from your own experience, anytime you leave a putt which is 15, 20 feet or under that distance and it is an uphill putt, you leave it short. I think it's more painstaking than missing any other putt.
Yes, absolutely. It's important to be in the red figures, and one such player is Rahil Ganji, the old warhorse coming back from a very long haul break as he had some ailment in his ankle, a stress factor, a stress fracture, which implied that he could not play for the last 8 months. So he seems to be coming back and making headway towards getting his playing rights back on the Japanese tour, where he's been a regular prolific player, and on the Asian tour also. Rahil, one of the bigger names of our tour, the torchbearer of the Indian flag at multiple tours. So it's good to see him back in action.
Absolutely, I agree. Anytime golfers who've been flag bearers for Indian golf come back and play on the PGTI, we see Yashas giving it a very, very fair go on the second. That is, if not the most impressive part we've seen from over the hole on this number 2 at 8GA. But I think he will be quite content with the 2 putt from that hole, which Akshay, our co-leader with Sachin Bisaya, would also like to do. But yeah, speaking of veteran war horses, Amandeep Jol seems to have been making a good start as well. He is currently tied 17 and he's 1 under par for the day, 5 under for the tournament.
Yes,
And a confidence stroke.
Yeah, nicely cleaning up for his par attempt. Akshay would be looking to make amends to a slightly slow start from his likings.
We had Karan Pratap Singh, a recent winner on tour in Chandigarh, winning by a stroke from another very up and coming young golfer, Arjun Sharma. Karan Pratap seems to have birdied the first 2 but made a bogey on the third. So a good start, but then faltering a little. I think he's one of the more interesting players, interesting young players as well, young players to look out for. So let's hope he makes some inroads towards the leaderboard this Friday, as we see Amardeep Malik with his very measured and deliberate stroke on hole number 4. Our first look at hole number 4, which I would like my co-host to describe.
Yes, fourth hole is a very scenic hole as it is actually set up on the high elevated tee box, which is mounted on the fortified wall of Golconda Fort. So you're actually standing on the wall where back in the day the guards used to stand out and watch out for people breaking in or enemies coming in. So more of a guard based out shot, as the elevated tee has a very good look at the hole. Slightly longish hole, which makes you pay extra caution towards what you're trying to hit off the tee. There's a green guarding. There's a bunker guarding this green and a old tree which is right out in your middle. Would be interesting to see when the pin positions move towards the far right side. It will bring not only the bunker into play, but also would require a high quality shot to access that flag.
Saqib seems to have underread that. More on the tournament, it's promoted by the Telangana Tourism Development Corporation and the Hyderabad Golf Association. The golf course is at an expanse of 212 acres, which provides you an 18-hole golf course at a whopping 6,017 yards. As we mentioned earlier, it is a par 70. As we see Kevin
Seems to have a simpler but I wouldn't be surprised if it's his birdie attempt coming into the hole, because from what we saw of his approach on the previous par 3, He's got some serious ball striking capabilities.
And I think he's not shy from running the ball at the hole, which we've seen with this stroke. Uh, from what I've seen, I think this group has a measure of the greens to the tee. All three of them have made some good strokes up until the fourth hole, as we see Sakib measuring the slopes and his caddy coming and helping him with the same. Aditya, what would you say are the shorter putts on this course? Because you have contours for 10, 12, 15 footers. How difficult are the 3, 4 footers that even on flat greens you can miss?
Yeah, from what just was showcased to you on your screen, Sakib gave it an extra look on that hole because the small 5 footers have a sizable dive in them when you are coming from the high side or the slopey side of the green, which, as you just saw, Sakib do and Amar has a relatively simpler uphill putt going into it, the hole.
Which goes to show how good his first putt was, because he was the furthest of all the three players. And his shore walk, moving on to the fifth. The golf course features a beautiful floodlit driving range, a pro shop, a golf fitting shop, and a modern clubhouse with a dining hall, lounge, open deck, change rooms, gym, squash courts, badminton courts, and a very fancy practice facility. I think anybody who's just joining us, and if they happen to be in the city of Hyderabad, I would highly encourage them to go watch all our players in this lovely facility live. As we see Aman Raj finishing up on the third. Um, I think some of the golfers have not watched a golf tour or golf events live, and this is as high and as elite as it can get. So, as we see a replay of Kevin on the fourth making that putt, which we would in a minute update with. Kevin also had a good start as he started with a birdie on the first, and Amar, the third member of the group, is has also had a very steady start with 3 pars.
And here's the first look of live action at the beautiful fifth hole.
And here we have Anshul Patel, Harinder Gupta, and a live look at the leaderboard.
A slight change in hands of the top, where a small falter from Akshay finds himself from being sole leader to be tied with Sachin Basoya. In close pursuit, 3 shots apart are tied Ravi Kumar and Yashash M. Chandra. Both Sakib and Aman Raj are sitting pretty at 9 under par, tied fifth, where after in close pursuit with a very hot start is Gaurav Pratap, Kevin, and Kapil at 8 under par. Shankar Das finds himself tied 10th at 7 under par. So, a very exciting time coming to watch golf happening in your city and live on your screens.
Absolutely. Actually, looking at the top 10 right now, I cannot make a guess as to whom I take it.
Yes, but still, if you had to put money on one race horse, who would that be?
Well, that's a good question. If I had to pick someone from the top 10, I think I would take the diplomatic route and say I would put a little money on everyone and hope that that gets me a win. But it's a very interesting leaderboard. As a spectator, you always want to watch a bigger mix of players coming in closer to the lead and having a shot. As we watch Abhinav Lohan on the fifth, since we are on the fifth and it's the first look, please tell me and tell the viewers a little bit about the fifth hole.
Yeah, the fifth hole gives you more of a birdie opportunity, but not from the difficulty of the flag, where our director, Mr. Sampachari, has placed cut out the hole on the most difficult surface on this green. back on your center screens, now you're right. If you look at the fortified wall, is where you hit your tee shot from an elevated tee shot, which needs to find the fairways, which is guarded by bunkers on both left and right. So after your tee shot's away, it's a simpler wedge coming onto this hole. So it should provide a few birdies.
And we look at Anshul Patel. First, look at him, and he hails from Ahmedabad and is a left-hander.
Yes, it's difficult to say who's more vibrant, the city of Ahmedabad or Anshul Patel as a personality. Very lively young character, always upbeat and
Always smiling, which as a golfer sometimes is difficult to do, but is a good sight. Here he has he's putting with the claw grip. Seems to have taken a the different grips are now on a trend these days. He's again under at the putt. I think from what I've seen, the green reading is not that very. It's not as simple as it might look on the screen.
yes, the difficulty in these greens is, as we just saw from what happened to Anshul's ball, is it sharply dived towards the left half of the green, which just showcases that small contouring on these greens are something to watch out for.
And then we have Harinder Gupta going through his routine. He's wearing the tiger red in reverse. He's got his pants on red and his shirt is black. He's uh, he's another very consistent veteran on tour. As I would like to call Abhinav as well, but he is very young to be a veteran. But he's been out on tour, performing, pushing the ball around, and one of the better players, one of the more consistent players on tour as well. Um, he hails from Faridabad, and you must have played a lot of golf with Abhinav.
Yes, Abhinav can pretty much be put into the veterans category for the amount of golf he's played on Professional Golf Tour of India. If I'm not wrong, he was a medalist last year from the national games. I'll have to cross check that, but I'm pretty certain he was. And there you have the big guy, the tournament director, Sampachari.
I believe he's waving at us out in the studio.
Yeah, the
And that's a
last
good
thing we
cleanup by
want
Abhinav.
is Sampath sir commentate fast, because I don't think that's a possibility. But yes, the rules officials are there to help the players make their life a little simpler, guide them at times of bother, and make sure that the pace of play is at a certain speed. Every shot which you have to hit has to be inside a stipulated amount of time. So very important to stay inside that time frame, because otherwise these very friendly referees can
Yes,
be on the
absolutely.
sterner side and let you feel their wrath.
And also on a positive note, if you look at it, there is so much that goes on behind the scenes at a tournament, from everything that the tournament director has to do, from all the staff at the PGTI, all the live scoring, all the updates. And PGTI has had a very consistent team for some time. We've had some of our referees and the PGTI staff. And as we see Daksh on hole number 4, seems to be fancying this trip. And left a little bit of work for himself. And like I was saying, there's so much that goes on behind the scenes, including the volunteers and the referees always trying to make sure that pace of play is at par. And given there are rains and delays, I can't imagine their job being that simple also.
Yes, absolutely. The people behind the show are the ones who are spending hours and hours to make sure that the players are not only getting pristine conditions, but are also able to perform at a comfort level, because these hardworking men and women in the background have provided all the kind of support which is required.
We see Yashas taking a swipe on hole number 3, and again he's under at the putt. That seems to be the trend with a lot of golfers today. But yes, everybody behind the scenes, as both of us have played on tour and wanting to play more on tour, an appreciation for all these guys from uh, Gagan and Jaiprakash Sharma and Sampath sir and all everybody who's behind the scenes. Prabhash getting you all the live scoring updates. Um, they do a very good job for making a tournament run properly, smoothly, and making everything run properly for the players as well. So I hope, I'm sure the players are appreciative of it as well.
Absolutely. And here's a look at time leader Sachin attempting to make some headway. I'm presuming this is his birdie putt.
And he has not under or over at that part. He's made the stroke, and we might see a change in.
He doesn't seem to be very excited about that hole out. Maybe that was his par attempt.
Maybe
You think
he's just so regularly making birdies that.
You think that is his poker face? Possible.
Possible, yes.
Very, very possible because, or sometimes the player is so dialed in, focused in that he doesn't even realize that he needs to enjoy, relish, and love the sport which he's taken as his profession and enjoy the simpler, sweeter parts of it, like making an odd birdie here and there.
And Akshay runs his putt by. Can't imagine that being enjoyable. Like you mentioned, Amrit Lal Lubana, and he's now 3 under through 9, and he started off the back, so he is definitely moving up the leaderboard, sitting at 5 under. And again, Karan Pratap Singh's made another birdie, so he is 2 under now through 6 holes for the day, and he also is at 5 under with a few more holes left. And Akshay cleaning up. We will soon have an update if that was a birdie for Sachin. As the day is progressing, we have more and more guys shooting or starting to score a little better. We have Divyanshu Bajaj 2 under through 6 as well.
Be it nerves or the atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, there's so many little things that go around playing a round of golf, which is why when you do play it, you will realize that so much goes into actually being um, a good player, a professional golfer, and which is why it is even more impressive to watch all of these guys shooting the numbers that they are.
We're talking about shooting some low numbers. This tournament has a whopping 23 under par record set for by Manu Gandas, which was just last year, Telangana Golconda Masters 2022, where he went out and fired up 23 under par to setting up the winning total. It will take some getting from our leaders to try and match that if they would like to cement and keep the lowest winning total to their names. Not an easy feat, but let's wait and watch as we have some very good players
Yeah.
contending this week.
Absolutely. And here we see Sakif, which seems flag high. He's missed it on the left. He's got some room to work with. Um, but yes, Manu Gandas and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu last year put well, they were on fire, both of them. The way they performed, and goes to show the level of the tour, level of the PGTI, and how competitive it has become. Two very young guys coming in and scoring the way they did, winning the way they did. Um, just goes to show the level of golf on our tour.
Yes, last season both Yuvraj Sandhu and Manu Gandas made winning a regular habit for themselves, and they combined a total of 11 wins between both of them. And from a little bit further out than he would have liked, Amardeep
Yeah.
Malik has opted to putt on the lower half of the green.
I think from the distance he made that stroke, it is fairly impressive, but he still has some work.
Yes, he's left it sizably short of the hole, but yes, as you could have seen, the ball disappeared off your screens for a while. That just showcases the amount of severity of upslope that he had to cover. Similarly, if you see Kevin also from the lower half of this green is you can't see his golf ball. It'll soon pop up on your screens when it makes its way from pretty much down under to the plateau.
It goes to show how severe the slopes are. All three of them seem to have left themselves in the wrong spots to approach this hole. And as an update on the leader group now, Sachin actually made a par. So that was for his three, and Akshay has fallen a shot further back. He made bogey on number three, which means a new tournament leader is Sachin Besoya at 13 under par.
Yes, a slight change in hands or at the top of the helm as a steady approach from Sachin makes him sit pretty at 13 under par, one shot clear of the overnight leader, Akshay Sharma. But things can change very soon as all these people, all the way sitting till 7 under par, which is in a spot of 11th position, have a realistic chance to catch up with the leaders, not just because of the pure talent of these players, but they have ample opportunities to go about as we are in the midst of bringing you live coverage of round 3 of the Telangana Golconda Masters 2023.
Here we have Sakib just moving back, a little unsure of the line, now regrouping as we see a few shadows coming out, which would make life a little more difficult for the golfers. We can see Amar wiping the sweat away, which means the downpour is now not going to help the weather for them. Sakib with that little fist pump was a very, very good save indeed, given where he was. Amardeep would like to do the same thing and keep his steady start going.
Yes, it would be interesting to catch up with Sakib and see the spacecraft which he's using this week. He's changed his putter and he's been using it for a while. Looks like more of those intergalactic spaceships or UFOs.
Yeah, but when it comes to golf, I think whatever you think works goes in the bag.
Yes, it's a very tricky sport as it is, plus the new age designs and detailing by the various companies just gives you X number of possibilities of equipment which you can have in the bag.
You see Amar wanting to clean this up as well. And I think he's pulled it a little, or maybe he just over at the break.
It's very easy to miss out on short putts on these greens of HGA. Kevin, on the other hand, has still got a sizable putt for his par, a total of, I guess about 5 feet. But the good thing is that he's got a relatively simpler putt coming up. Not only is he going uphill, but looks like he is lined dead straight to the hole.
And by the looks of what he's done till now, I don't think there is any possibility he's leaving it short. So my money would be on him making this putt without a doubt.
Yes, he's already holed a few sizable putts and should be able to do so on this attempt.
Yes, he does. He does a little Kevin Na by taking a step before the ball went in, but all's well that ends well. The flag seems to be fluttering a little on the fifth, which means maybe the wind is now picking up through the golf course. Not as much on the fourth, as we see Rami Kumar cleaning up.
Yes, as the clouds part way, the wind is getting up, and we can see some shadows on the greens, which means the loom of rain is a thing of the past, at least for the moment. Raj attempting his putt on hole number 4. A very treacherous green. So if you have a putt on this hole, you've hit an excellent shot. Not only has he hit an excellent shot, he's made that putt.
He's made that putt and he's got a tiny fist pump going as well. As we now see Couple cleaning up on the fourth and giving caution to the putt. And yes, that's he's finished that. For those of you joining us currently, you are watching the Bulaneni Panache and Telangana Tourism presents Telangana Golconda Masters 2023, and this is day 3 live from the Hyderabad Golf Association, and we have a live look at the leader group on hole number 4. We have close to the hole, we had Akshay Sharma and we have Sachin Bisoya now crossing the flag, and he is currently leading. We've had a shift in change in leaderboard. Akshay Sharma started the day a stroke ahead of Sachin, but a couple of faltering bogeys, and now we have Akshay Sharma trailing Sachin by 1 shot. And a quick update on we have some good rounds going around. We have Sakib at 2 under after 3 holes. We have Gaurav Pratap, who's made a hot start with a birdie and an eagle. He is 3 under to 3. And some steady starts as well from Kevin. He's sitting at 8 under par, 1 under for the day. And we watch Sachin make that stroke. Doesn't seem very happy with it. Maybe something disrupted his stroke, or maybe the path of the ball maybe popped up a little. Yeah, he seems to have left it quite a while short, actually. He's can visibly see he's disappointed. Yes, now the wind picking up on hole number 4, as you can see on the flags. As Yes, now Yashas is measuring his putt. He seems to almost be flag high, but a little slope to contend with. He's taking his time, getting his help with the caddy. That's them trying to get the line right for the putt. Yes, very careful with the routine. And he also seems to have one of those spacecraft putters my co-host was mentioning. Very deliberate with his pre-shot routine. And well, it's fairly good lag actually, given what Sachin did. I would presume that it's not very easy to lag it up to this hole. Um, Now Akshay Sharma also seems to be a little bit away, but seems to have an uphill putt which should work in his favor.
Yes, Akshay having a slightly slow start to his round where he faltered on a few occasions, but very early days, as Akshay has showcased how good he is with his scoring on round 1 and 2. He would quickly be looking to make an amends out of it and establish himself at the top once again.
Oh, he seems to have made that putt. Did not seem so from his reaction, but that should certainly help his cause.
Absolutely, a very subdued reaction from him from that far out. I guess he's more focused at the job at hand and is determined to get through the door this time around.
Yes, I think the entire leader group is in a practice of maintaining their poker face. Uh, Sachin, on the other hand, left his first putt short by that distance, and it is, one could actually say, it is not in a very makeable range. Seems longer than he would have hoped for. And he makes the putt. A tiny fist pump to go with it. We seem to now see some of the players making a few more putts. It just seems like the more time they're spending on the greens, the better their reading and their speeds are getting.
जी हाँ दोस्तों, जो श्रोता हमें अभी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं उनको हम बताना चाहेंगे कि ये चल रहा है तेलंगाना गोलकुंडा मास्टर्स 2003 खूबसूरत हैदराबाद के अंदर, जहां पे 126 प्लेयरों ने ये टूर्नामेंट शुरू किया था, जिसमें 123 प्रोफेशनल्स और 3 एमेचर्स थे जिन्होंने पहले 2 दिन compete करा, जिसके बाद कट लगा और अब 57 लोग कोशिश में लगे हैं नंबर 1 स्पॉट पे पहुंचने के लिए। द फर्क जो प्रोफेशनल और एमेटर का इस फील्ड में ये होता है कि एमेटर अगर जीतें तो उन्हें रिकॉग्निशन मिलती है, पर पैसे नहीं जाते बैंक में बिल्कुल भी, वो जाएंगे सिर्फ प्रोफेशनल गोल्फर्स की तरफ। तो जो एमेचर्स हैं वो आए हैं अपने अनुभव और अपने स्किल्स दर्शाने के लिए, ताकि वो समझ सके प्रोफेशनल गोल्फर्स किस तरीके से खेलते हैं और क्या होता है वो अनुभव। ना ही सिर्फ पैसे बनाने का, बट वर्ल्ड रैंकिंग पॉइंट्स लेने का और इस गेम को अपना करियर बनाने।
Like we can see, Shankar Das on hole number 5 has left it short again. Uh, Hole 5 seems to be giving a lot of trouble to most players now.
Yes, hole 5, from the looks of it, is bothering a lot of players just because Mr. Chari has not been kind enough and has put a very difficult flag position on this hole. The top right pin position on this green is the most difficult because it's somewhat of a very small plateau. So you've got to be very accurate with your second shots coming in.
Yeah, and I think once you do hit the deck, it is not a very easy two putt by the looks of it. And currently, I haven't seen anybody actually getting close to this flag.
Yes, but as you go about, the golf course is set up in a way where you have 18 holes where the flag sticks are covered up in 6 locations which are relatively difficult and 6 moderately simple, but the six left for the third department are simpler to somewhat sense. So this seems to be those one of those relatively difficult win positions.
And Azhar, following the same trend as all the other players coming in from below the hole, leaving it short. Um, we saw Kevin make a putt from there earlier, but he also left it short. As also, there's an update with Gaurav Pratap Singh. He seems to have a slight hiccup with a bogey. So he now is at 2 under par for the day, along with M. Dharma, who's also at 2 under par for the day. Now we see some names coming up. As the day progresses, Sudhir Sharma also made a bogey but followed it up by a birdie, so he's 1 under par for the day as well. We see Daksh from a short range, but he seems to be aiming well outside the hole for a putt that is that length. And that's a lovely stroke. He's made a good confidence stroke there, and that was not an easy putt. That was quite a while outside the whole line on that.
Yes, this week we had an array of local challenges by the Hyderabad-based players, which included Haider Hussain, Mohammad Azhar, and Hardik S. Chavda, amongst a few amateurs, Bilok, Adit, and Tarun. Unfortunate for most of them, we find only Mohammad Azhar as the player who's made cut after round two and is doing well and is currently on your screens trying to attempt his par save.
That's a good stroke again. And like I mentioned earlier, he's not only just made the cut, he is lurking around on the leaderboard too. Shankar Das cleaning up as well. So this group seems to have done a good job with the short putts that they had. As we take another aerial view of the facilities around, as we can clearly see, there's been quite a lot of rain that we've had this week, which also goes to show how impressive the groundwork and the support staff and the drainage of the golf course is. Bring you all this coverage live from the wonderful studio of ABP News, and courtesy the media team here and the collaboration with the PGTI, we bring you the Boleneni, Panache, and Telangana Tourism presents Telangana Golconda Masters 2023, a live look at a very elite level of golf happening in Hyderabad at the Hyderabad Golf Association. We are on day 3, also known as the moving day at a golf event, and we have some very interesting names. And an update on that, Akshay Sharma seems to have now made a birdie on hole number 4, and he's again co-leading with Sachin Besoya at 13 under par, 3 clear of Ravi Kumar, Aman Raj, and Yashas at 10 under. Aman Raj also made a birdie on hole number 4, as you can see on your screens right now. Very interesting and very, very competitive scores going around Hyderabad. A beautiful view, a beautiful aerial shot of the golf course and the city with a live look at the leaderboard. This course, as my co-host Aditya was mentioning, is a very fair but a very tricky challenge as well. There are some holes you can take advantage of. There are some holes that you have to be very careful and tricky of. The golf course gives everybody something to play for, and
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Yes, as we get to see the beautiful city of Hyderabad from the aerial view, lush green fairways inside the fortified walls of the Golconda Fort. An exciting time as the top five of our leader group, Akshay and Sachin, are at tied first. Ravi Kumar at 10 under par at tied third with Aman Raj. Yashas also is at 10 under par, which means he's tied third. An interesting fact about this venue is that the road leading up to the Hyderabad Golf Club is called the Seven Tombs Road, for the seven tombs which are situated in the route of the track leading up to the golf course. In a spot of bother finds Kapil as he's overheated on the fifth hole. There you can see the level of difficulty that poses in front of players if they have not hit the ball at the right spots. So Kapil will have another tricky shot coming up his way to save his par, from what I'm presuming. HGA has some difficult lies if you have not hit the golf ball in the intended locations by the designer. And the rough, which is quite severely up, makes things a little more difficult. Much better contact, much better result for the player. In somewhat of a similar spot, even Ravi Kumar finds himself. You can see how careful you need to be with your ball striking on this track. It does give you birdie opportunities, but if you've sprayed it like Ravi has just a little bit by overshooting the flag, it will test your short game skills. Yeah, both Kapil and Ravi coming up a little short than they would have liked, but very easy to not be able to judge this shot out of that tricky stuff. As PGTI is now an open tour, what that means is you will see a bunch of foreign international golfers also finding themselves on the professional golf tour of India, out of which the foreign contingent was led by various players, but now is being led by Badal Hussain and Akbar from Bangladesh, Japanese Makato, Andorra's Kevin, and Canada's Sukhraj Singh Gill were a part of this field. Unfortunate for Sukhraj, he could not make cut this week. Such is the nature of this game. And best of luck for next week, which will be the J&K Open. Wow, that's as close as a heartbreak happens. That was a beautiful putt. Somehow did not find the bottom of the hole. Goes to show that sometimes even the best of the players do not find the desired result, as this game is merely anything just than being simple. This week, Professional Golf Tour of India finds itself in the beautiful city of Hyderabad, where we are presenting you with third round coverage of Telangana Golf Masters 2023. Ravi would be very keen on making this putt and not let a falter showcase on his scorecard. Narrowly misses out on the low side. These greens are posing some serious challenge to the best of the players. The small contouring on these greens, very difficult to gauge. Couple will want to send this ball home and stop the bleeding from furthermore, as he had a bit of a falter on the chipping departments on the first attempt. In general, a very good short game player, but happens to the best of us. Sometimes we don't pull off the intended shot. Very nicely done. He stops his bleeding and keeps it to a bare minimum of a bogey, is what I presume. And in the backdrop, you can see Akshay lining up for his approach shot. And there's that beautiful view of the golf course. Various stops coming up on your way in your city throughout the season as PGTI moves on from Hyderabad to JNK and subsequently Haryana Open, G Milkha Singh Invitational, IOC Masters 2023, Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational, SSP Chaurasia Invitational, Jaipur, and the mother of them all, Tata Steel Tour Championship, sitting pretty at a price purse of 3 CR, the biggest price purse PGTI has. Multiple cities, multiple venues. So stay tuned for some exciting golf coming up in your hometown at various different locations. Now that's the drone shot what I was talking about of this beautiful track. Showcases not just the beauty but a little bit of treacherous terrain in terms of bunkers and massive water bodies which are a looming threat which the players need to elude. Here's a look at Yashas trying to figure out a way to land this ball on the very narrow plateau on the fifth hole. I guess it's a welcome change for the players with the sun coming out and will dry up the golf course a little bit, which in terms works on both sides of the coin as the ball's going to travel a little extra, but the softness on the greens is going to evaporate and the greens are going to get a little harder.
Leader group making our way on the treacherous fifth from what I've seen.
Now, what you see on your screens on the left-hand side is, if I was told right by one of the pro-am partners of mine when I was last playing here, is called Ranital, which used to be the luxury bathing location for the royal ladies of the Nizam family.
As and when the day is progressing, the golf course and its history is getting more and more interesting.
Yes, now if you look at carefully what is massively at part of your screen, these rectangular tracks used to be different water bodies where it was only for the royal families to relish and enjoy somewhat of an old age swimming pools, what they could call right now, but privately owned.
Quite the rich history on the golf course and surrounding the golf course, as we see a little flicker of a few spectators, maybe definitely um, tournament director having a close look at the leader group. Akshay going through this very tough pin position. I think he's done equally what the other players have done. This is probably one of the better putts here I've seen on this whole location.
It's absolutely one of the more difficult hole locations, and players finding it relatively hard to access that plateau, as we've yet to see anybody other than Sakib come very close to this whole location.
Yes, but Sakib had a chip shot from the left rough, and I think he had like a 10-footer, and that chip shot was very impressive given what the whole challenge is. And speaking of Sakib and his playing partner, Sakib made a bogey on the fourth, but he's come back with a birdie on number six, and he's 2 under through the day, as is his playing partner Kevin. As Aditya mentioned earlier from Andorra, uh, he has made a birdie on number six, and he is at 2 under par along with him as well. So, as far as I can see, no one is running away with the lead. And the leaders are actually giving plenty of opportunities for the guys in the back to come catch with them. Makes for a more interesting viewing, and Yashish from over the hole on the right, and that is one of the better parts as well. Sachin making his attempt from just off the green on hole number 5. Left it short, but should be a tap in for him, which is good signs on this hole. Another player worthy of a mention is Kshitij Naveed Kaul. He started off from the back nine, is 3 under par for his round today through the nine, and 4 under for the tournament. So he is making a healthy move up the leaderboard as well. So given what I see, Aditya, there are scoring conditions are there. People are shooting some numbers. People are making birdies. So you think it's a matter of time before the leaderboard, the leader group starts doing the same?
Yeah, this stretch of 18 holes gives you a lot of birdie opportunities. That's why at the beginning of the day also is what I was trying to say. People who are maybe within a 5 shot deficit of the leader can also topple up and be, at least if not sole leaders, be part of the tied lead. A lot of birdie opportunities over here. Would be interesting to see somebody make a big move towards catching up in forms of Akshay has done a brilliant 360 degree and found the hole, and one of the few people who have contoured this massive green in two strokes.
Yes, it's however it goes in the hole, as they say, no pictures on the scorecard.
Yes, Akshay would be happy with that attempt, especially after he had made a birdie on the last hole. A three putt would have been somewhat of a handbrake in his way back to the top.
And Yash's there tap in shouldn't be a problem for him. As through the day, we will keep updating you with scores worthy of mention, even if you can't see it on your screens. As two stalwarts of Indian golf, Rahil Gangji and Shamim Khan, have to be mentioned as they both are 2 under through the day for their round. So they have a good start. They have 9 more to go, and who knows? They surge up a charge as they are very, very capable of.
Yes, absolutely. Charge is being mounted by a lot of players and is being led in terms of birdies being made by. He seems to be fired up. He would be reminiscing his somewhat of a fast start which he had in Chennai, if I'm not wrong. He ended up shooting an 8 under par to be a shot back in Chennai. So he's also fired up with 4 under par in just 9 holes to go.
Yes, indeed.
Some other notables are at 2 under par in forms of Sakib, Kevin, M. Dharma, Gaurav Pratap, who all find themselves to be 2 under par for the day. Another person making headway towards better scores, better red figures is Amritlal Lumba, who started his round on the back nine and is now sitting pretty at 3 under par at the turn. So watch out for some very good golf being showcased by some very good athletes in your home city of Hyderabad.
I would also like to add a name, and I've found a pattern with him. Shivender Singh Sisodia from Gurgaon. He somehow manages to scrape up a low round almost every event.
Yes, Srivinder has been also trying to get through his breakthrough win. As we saw last week, he was also part of the leader group, playing some very good golf, very hot golf, and mere time with some of these youngsters who can get through and solidify their breakthrough wins. As we have a look at the leaderboard.
Yes, we have the scores.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Akshay and Sachin both are at tied first position, sitting pretty at 13 under par.
Mentioning the two, they both seem to have started slowly, but they're still 3 shots clear of the rest of the field. And 3 shots in golf on a golf course where they make a couple of more birdies, it might be a 2-man show if that continues for the.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Count them out also, especially on a golf course which provides you ample amount of birdie opportunities in forms of HGA.
Absolutely. And looking at all the names, none of them are shy of winning. So the jitters to win for the first time are not going to be there in these nerves. And a special mention to, since you have followed him closely and you have known him closely, Gaurav Pratap Singh, he recently won after a long gap, if I'm not wrong.
After a drought of 14 years.
And he's now contending almost every week. What do you think takes for such a resurgence, and what do you think he's doing different now, if at all?
Well, it's not a surprise for me to see him come back into week in, week out contentions because he's an extremely talented player. It's a matter of time with all these superstar players that they keep showcasing how good they are. Because just like in the forms of life, golf can also knock you down. It's a matter of how well and how fast you can get back and mount the horse and start charging again, which we can see Gaurav Pratap do.
That is true indeed, because when you take a look at the scores after round two, there were some notable players who missed the cut, like Mukesh Kumar, Manav Jaini, Varun Parekh, and they're all winners on tour. If you look at Udayan Mane, Arjun Bharti, Arjun Sharma, these are all guys who can very well show up next week and win. So that goes to show that the competitiveness and the flavor of Indian golf and the PGTI is at an all-time high. And which is why, like you said, Gaurav Pratap Singh coming and competing is not a surprise at all. And now we have a look at the PGTI rankings. It's Om Prakash Chauhan leading the way with the earnings of this year on the right, and followed by Aman Raj, as we are following him playing today's round. Karan Pratap Singh, another new winner on tour, very, very talented ball striker, very good golfer from Gurgaon. And then there's Sachin Bisoya, again a winner this year, Jamal Hussain, Thanga Raja, Gaurav Pratap Singh, Sanit Bishnoi was contending last week, another new winner on tour, Harinder Gupta and Karthik Sharma. That makes up the top 10. And they're all winners on tour. They're all consistent, competitive golfers. So not a surprise to see them in the back half of the season to be there on the order of merit in the positions that they hold. But the difference between Om Prakash Chauhan and Aman Raj seems to be a little staggering in comparison to the rest of the players. Do you think they have a chance to catch up?
Well, Om Prakash has put a serious daylight between him and the closest person catching him. But yes, with the prize purse which is on offer for the rest of the tournaments, I won't be surprised if the roof is raised up by the person who's going to be the Order of Merit winner this season, and won't be a shocking sight if the leader is in an excess of the elusive 1 CR club. There's a realistic chance of that happening, and that has happened primarily because Professional Golf Tour of India has made headways in big strides in the last few seasons, and now the prize purses are pretty much double of what we were already playing. Signing up with the DP World Tour not only brings big prize purses but also very big opportunities for the number one spot, as you can see Manu Gandas, who is now showcasing and honing his skills, courtesy being the number one player for last season at the DP World Tour. So exciting times for golf in India, and
Absolutely.
a very good opportunity for all these players to showcase and build on that already very stellar resume of their own.
I'd also like to mention like you said, daylight between Aman Raj and Om Prakash. How good must Om Prakash have played till now in this season to have made that daylight, because the competition levels on tour are they're so far ahead. It's not easy to show up every week and compete. So
Now, this is the beautiful tee shot on the walls of the fort, which I was talking about. This is the fifth hole tee shot, which we've been seeing people come up a little short on each putt, but this is where they hit it from. You see that massive water body in the background and the beautiful watchtower on your screens. So the players actually have to leave the golf course, partly the golf course, which now finds its way on the footsteps of this beautiful fortified wall.
it's a very good day to be in the commentary box with someone who's played and played well on this golf course and knows the ins and out of the tee shots and the greens and where to miss it, and understands the game, which makes for very good viewership for everyone watching us live, and also everyone who's live at the fort. It's a beautiful look at the walls that surround the golf course and are part of the golf course.
Yes, some beautiful architecture from the city of Nizam is up on display, as the entirety of the golf course is inside the fortified wall. You can see those old, massive structures still standing tall. Goes to show the amount of architectural detailing we had back in the day, which still stands absolutely firm and strong.
Yes, from a very rich history that Hyderabad and our country has, to all the golfers trying to create a little history for themselves, like Manu did last year by shooting an all-time record of 23 under par at this very golf course, to marginally outplay Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who also had a great year last year. So these players are following suit because they're also shooting some very impressive numbers. And it goes to show that even if the stars from last year's order of merit are not in the playing field this week, uh, the rest of the guys are right up there with the scoring and the level of golf as well. We'll take a look at the aerial view of the golf course and the city. And the more we do that, the more impressive it keeps getting. Cloud cover also seems to have come back a little, which might scare a few players, might threaten a little bit of the rain, which is managed to keep away up until now, and hopefully that is the way it goes.
Yes, some really beautiful drone coverage of the magnificent Hyderabad Golf Club with the main fort at the backdrop. You can see the lush green fairways await the golfers to post up some good scores and a few certain threats at the same time in forms of water hazards, bunkers, and also environmentally sensitive areas, which this golf course in particular has. What an environmentally sensitive area means that if you have unintentionally hit the golf ball over there, you will have to take a relief from that location and cannot play even if it allows you to access the golf ball.
Very interesting quips from Aditya, and I would now like to mention that we have three players, who are currently at 4 under par for the day. We have Divyanshu Bajaj, we have Vasu Sehgal, who's just made an eagle and a birdie on his 9, and he started off from the back, and we have Amrit Lal Lubana, who's going very consistently and making a few birdies every few holes, and is 4 under through the first 12 for his start. Which I would like to then ask, is the back 9 more scoring than the front 9? Because the guys who seem to have started on the back 9 are a little ahead of the scoring right now.
Yes, most of the challenge on this golf track is in the front 9 in forms of hole number 1, 4, and 7. So now, if you look at it, Kevin has led himself to a very good angle on the picturesque par 5 eighth. Eighth is one of those kind of par 5s which force you to play it as a 3-shot hole, because one, you cannot, at the length these guys hit anything ahead bigger than a 4 iron, as there is water lurking on both sides and heavily guarded by bunkers on either side of the hole. So Kevin has taken the more simpler approach and has
It's
found the
a
downswing as he would have liked at a very short distance leading for his birdie putt.
And as we saw earlier, when Kevin was placing his ball next to a T marker, that would imply that preferred lie or lift clean place is in play, as we had a downpour on the golf course. Which means that if you're on the short grass on the fairway, you're allowed to mark your ball, clean the ball, as they tend to gather a little mud, and that makes play difficult. And you can place it. You can take a lie which you prefer and then play your next shot from there. Saqib seems to have found the corner of the green where the flag is not. And it seems to be in a different postcode for him. It's a long, long putt. He's still walking and you can't see the flag.
I think there's a realistic possibility if Saqib's ball is that far out that he's found the green in 2 shots. So that could be a realistic eagle putt, because the green is accessible from far out, but it takes some 2 mighty long iron shots to be there.
Saqib, then I would not be surprised, because he's been aggressive from the get go. And I think Aman Raj did not take well to the comment I made that guys on the back nine are scoring a little better than the guys on the front nine. He's just made an eagle on number 6, which takes him to 3 under par for the day and 12 under par for the tournament, which means he has significantly cut into the lead that Sachin and Akshay had. Saqib taking careful measure. As the temperatures get cooler, the golf is actually getting hotter by people now making a little more, a few more putts, few more birdies, a few more eagles to be seen. Long stroke by Saqib, and suddenly see the hole, I'm assuming, and I think a very good effort, fair effort.
Absolutely, a very good try. Sets him up for a relatively simpler birdie putt.
The 8th seems to be a fairly long hole, and from where I saw, Amardeep Malik also has a relatively longer putt, shorter than Saqib, but he also has to do a little bit of work. And again, I will mention a few players who started to score a little better. M. Dharma is 2 under for the day, and one of my favorite ball strikers, Sudhir Sharma, is also 2 under for the day. He's made a birdie on number 8, which we right now watch Amardeep Malik tackling on the green. He gave it a very solid run. He did not shy away from going for it. Seems to have left himself a good part of 8 feet.
Yes, absolutely. He's given a big rap to that, and rightly so, because presuming that it's his eagle putt, giving it a shot which is running by the hole is very, very important. Not that far out, but very easy to miscalculate the speed on these greens. As we see Kevin trying to birdie the eighth hole after that very measured wedge shot onto the screen.
And Kevin has been aggressive on the putting greens since the very start of this round. So I would not bet against him leaving this short. I think he just underread that. He would have wanted to make that after a beautiful approach.
Yes, Kevin definitely gave it decent rap, but I guess the read of the line gave him a little bit of bother.
Like I mentioned, the golfing gods are seldom letting you be happy all the time.
That's true. You've got to be extra careful with your each stroke, especially when you are amongst the leaders or find yourselves closer to the leaders, because every shot makes a sizable difference in your paycheck for the week.
And Amardeep would absolutely, with his flawless putting stroke, like to make this because he is inside Kevin and he's already putted on this green, so he won't want to. And he's made that putt.
Yeah, he definitely got a very good look from Kevin's putt, and like a seasoned veteran, he made the max of that opportunity. It's very important to be not only careful of what your line is, but take the opportunity when it presents itself in forms of other people hitting a stroke or hitting a shot from where you would also be doing the same thing. Gives you a very good idea of the lay of the land, and in Amar's case, he's made the max of that.
Absolutely, I could not agree more. A part of the strategy then should be to try hitting it a foot closer on the same line as the other players in your group. That had quite a bit of break for a putt that short, but I think it's a brilliant two putt from where he was.
Yeah, absolutely. Both Sakib and his caddy acknowledging the good job of making two putts from that far out. Very important to make sure that you are in the right headspace, as this birdie from Sakib would have made him go a shot a shot closer to the leaders and will make him sit pretty at 10 under par. We will soon have the updates of what's happening with the live scoring. As of right now, it's a two-man race between Akshay and Sachin, both sitting at 13 under par, which now, because of the heroics of Patna-based Aman Raj, is just one shot away.
Aman, I've always found to be a very interesting player. He's never short of confidence, and wherever he plays, he's just there contending every week.
Yes, Aman Raj is a very confident young man, and you can only see it that from his scoring, the amount of confidence he reflects in himself is also being on display by the scores he's projecting. Here's a look at the top five for round three. Akshay and Sachin at 13 under par, tied at number one spot, followed in very close and very hot pursuit of by Aman Raj at 12 under par. Yashas is in close challenge in a score of 10 under par is fourth, and Sakib is tied fifth with two others in forms of Ravi and Kevin, all three tied at fifth spot.
Gaurav Pratap also bouncing back with a birdie on number 8. So he's 3 under par for the day. There are some notables who are not in the top of the leaderboard, but are regulars on the tour, and they seem to have had a steady start as well, like Abhijit Singh Chadda, who uh, is at 1 under par, and Angad Chima is also 1 under par for the day. And these are guys who can also very well just shoot a low number on the final day and make a big dent on the leaderboard, as they've done so many times.
Yes, absolutely. All these players have rightfully very talented players, not just because they're up on the leaderboard, but if you look at closely between Akshay, Sachin, Aman, Yashar, Sakib, Gaurav, Shankar Das, all of these are multiple winners on the tour. And Divyanshu, Ravi, Kevin will have their work cut out if they want to lift up the beautiful Telangana Golf Masters 2023 trophy and take it home, because all of them are definitely going to make a run for the top of the leaderboard.
Absolutely. And the uncertainty of knowing who might actually take this makes it for much more interesting viewing of the very tournament we are covering here. Live for you guys from the ABP News Media Center. And for everybody joining us now, we are presenting to you live the Bolaneni Panache and Telangana Tourism presents Telangana Golconda Masters 2023 at the Hyderabad Golf Association, which you see an overview of on our screens. And as we say that, we have Daksh Shokeen, Muhammad Azhar, and Shankar Das making their way onto the eighth, and all three of them seem to have taken the cautious approach and made their way onto this par 5 in 3 shots.
Yes, absolutely. On your screens, you can see Amardeep Malik and Kevin nicely placed on the greens, but we'll have to now play caution to the contours of the green. The
Seem to be
ninth
playing the
hole,
ninth.
this
So
ninth hole is one of my favorite holes because I had birdied this in one of the practice rounds. No, sorry, not birdied, made a hole in one on this. A little too soon, a little too early. I wish it was in round one.
But that's what I was wondering, because I was like, knowing you, you would have made a lot of birdies anyway. What is special about the ninth? But a hole in one, yes, is special. And we had one of our players, one of our strong boys, make a hole in one this week as well. Devesh Rana from Faridabad, and another young guy in the field. And anybody watching, especially if they're on the golf course, they should take a look at this guy. And he's a strong guy, hits it far.
Yes, making his way back on the tour from a recurring wrist injury. Very unfortunate for any top athlete to come across such a scenario where you develop an injury and have to sit back and nurse yourself to good health. So here is to all the players who are coming back, making their way back on tour, nursing some injuries. Best of luck, and we will soon be watching out for all of you.
Absolutely. And as a friend, I would only suggest Devesh to not dig out half the earth when he strikes a 7-iron from the ground. So that might help his wrist a little. But good to see him back on tour. And speaking of hole-in-ones, Aditya, how many do you have in tournament golf and generally outside tournament golf?
I already have 6 of them, out of which 3 have been in practice rounds to my disappear. One day premature, as they might call it.
You see Shankar Das doing a good job, looks in, and yes, it is.
That's a beautiful putt to make from that far out. Shankar Das making it look very, very simple for all our viewers.
And we see Kevin wanting to do the same and seems to be on a similar line on the ninth hole.
Yeah, you can see how far left Kevin is aiming because of the contours of the green. This ball should make a sharp dive towards the hole. right about now.
And he overborrowed on that one to his disappointment.
Yes, you can see the disappear from the player as it's not easy to gauge these greens, which Kevin nearly did to near perfection.
As we were mentioning, Aman Raj has now birdied number 7 as well, and we have 3 leaders at 13 under now. Daksh wanting to make his putt, and he narrowly misses out on the 8th.
Yes, for those who are just joining us for the live coverage of the Telangana Golf Masters 2023, presented by the media giant AVP in collaboration with Professional Golf Tour of India, we are showcasing round 3, and some very exciting times are not only on your way, but have also just begun, as big strides from Patna-based golfer Aman Raj put him at tied first along with overnight leader Akshay Sharma, and who finds himself tied with Sachin Basoya also. So very hot golf happening in your city. If you are around and an avid golfer, I would recommend to come out to HGA, enjoy the lush green fairways inside the fortified city, and also look at some really talented golf being played in your hometown. And if you can't do that, tune in for live coverage on the AVP network and Eurosports to enjoy golf in the comfort of your home.
Like we said, how usually golf goes, it seemed like Azhar and Daksh had the easier putts, but Shankar Das was the only one to make his birdie there. Amar tries to navigate this, and
That's a bit of a tipsy-turvy situation for Amar. He thought he nearly had it, but that bit of a pause and then drop into the hole would
well,
have given him a little bit of excitement.
we will still like to forget how it went in as long as it goes in. And again, Anshul Patel seems to have gone on a little birdie spree, and he's made 3 on the trot to be 2 under for the day as well. So, as and when the day is progressing, the leaderboard and the golfers themselves, regardless of where they are on the leaderboard, they're all heating up and shooting some numbers. As we see a look of the 9th green, and we can also see in the background the tee box right behind those trees.
You know, you can get a more wide and horizon look of the 4th hole tee shot, where the player, after hitting his tee shot, is marching closer to the green, which is hole number 4. Elevated tee shot on the par 3 to a green which is a little further out than anybody would want as a par 3. Sizable length on this hole.
And the more we look at this golf course, the more it seems like you have to be on song with your ball striking and shot game. It doesn't seem to be a very straightforward golf course, which is why the scores we have and the players, the way they're playing, is even more impressive.
Yes, I remember as a kid, I used to hear this slogan from a very popular brand, "Gimme Red." That seems to be the call of the day. If you look at the live leaderboards, it is all red, and people are gunning towards the top spot. So in golf, if you see red figures, that means the player you're observing is doing a brilliant job. And none other than that is Aman Raj right now, who sits pretty and tied at 13 under par alongside Akshay and Sachin.
Yes, and if the leaders at the start of the day, Akshay and Sachin, don't make a few inroads and make a few birdies, Aman Raj continues with this play, he might be ahead by a few shots.
Yes, stranger things have happened in the walk of life and golf, and Aman Raj is on a fast track towards achieving that. a clearer soul lead if he keeps continuing this way.
What do you think? Like, if I look at the leaderboard currently um, on my screen, not on the television screens, it's there's a lot of birdies being made. You think players, once they make the cut and they're more free, or they get more aggressive, or you think that they just have a better reading of the golf course by playing it for 2 3 days, and then they just score better because of that?
Well, of course, it helps having played the golf course on a numerous occasions very regularly on back to back days. You get more familiar, you're more comfortable with the surroundings. And yes, the first 2 days pose a different, unique challenge, whereas in you have to be inside the top 50 to make cut. That is where the difference is. Once you made cut, you are certain of an X amount of money coming your way, which is one of the bigger reasons for anybody to choose this sport as a career option. So yes, first 2 days definitely do have a little bit of a added difficulty towards itself. Not taking away the threats of round 3 and 4, as we can see, it is about not only finishing at top but also making.
That was Amar again showing the replay on the eighth, and Shankar Das with that beautiful left to right downhill putt that he made.
This is one of the better putts we've seen all day till now, which had break and speed both controlled very nicely by Shankar
This
Das.
was Azhar narrowly missing out. But I think that's the beauty of this game as well. Even in tournament golf, not all is equal as. That was a little fun for Amar. A skip of a heartbeat, but it did go in.
I would rather say it was fun for us than him.
um, but yes, I think because a lot of players around the top of the leaderboard trying to win a tournament, in the middle of the pack, people trying to finish inside the top 20 or top 10. I think these little differences and little battles that everybody has on a daily, on a golf tournament is also interesting because everybody is trying to get in that coveted top 60 rankings to play the final in Golmuri, the big tournament, and so many of these little battles are continue. And as we speak, the best round of the day currently is being played by Kshitij Navid Kaul. He is 5 under for the day. And as I've said it, I have a feeling, like I said last time, that
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Daksh seems to have narrowly missed the green on the ninth, and he's choosing to chip this rather than putt it, or he's still confused about his decision. No, I think he's going with the chip. Why do you think he's doing that? He's so close to the green. Do you think he's trying to avoid a few slopes?
I think he's trying to take away a little bit of the contouring difficulties on these greens and opting to. Yeah, if you look, he just flew it past and has ended up right next to the hole. So a very smart call, all in all. There's a bit of a downhill and a bit of a bowl-shaped contour. I guess he wanted to take that away.
He seems to be having a fairly boring round today, which is not a bad thing in golf. He's parred all the holes that he's played, and if he makes that putt, he should continue that through the nine. And Sachin and Yasha seem to be doing the exact same with all pars through their first six. See Azhar sizing up his putt, which is quite a fair distance again. Seems to be well outside the 30 feet range. So he will have some contours to deal with, and he does not have the option of chipping this. So he'll have to come good with the flat stick.
Yes, this week marks the ninth edition of the Telangana Golconda Masters 2023, which could not have been possible without some of the very big names in shape of our tour sponsors: Tata Steel, Vedika, Himalayan, Springwater, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electroplus, and Rolex. Long-standing partners who have supported this sport, and because of this kind of support from big corporate houses, it is possible for us to not only make this as a career, but also bring it to the comfort of your homes. So a big shout out to all these brands. Also, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, being part of PGTI in supporting golf and promoting golf. And now that we have AVP also on board, we can give you live coverage of every tournament being played out in your respective cities, which is a lot. And a big thanks to all of these sponsors to make it happen and get you live coverage of the current Hyderabad Golf Association Golf Club.
Absolutely.
And narrowly missing out Shankar Das, I presume.
Shankar
on
Das is now
24.
again on the threat for the holes. And like you said, like we were talking about earlier, so much goes into a golfing event, and we focus on the players which, well, they are the high skill and they are the ones to watch out for. But behind the scenes, everybody from the teams to the organization and to the sponsors, and some very big and very consistent sponsors, and like you said, a big shout out and a very um, a big appreciation which I comes out from the entire tour and all the players as well. So I hope the support stays consistent and continued like it has been, which makes they make life easier for the golfers and for the viewers and everybody alike. As we see Daksh trying to make another up and down, and he does it comfortably.
Yeah, it's very important to keep these power putts rolling to the bottom of the hole, as most of the players are done with their inward nine and would like to post up some very good numbers to further improve their chances of winning the coveted Telangana Golconda Masters 2023.
You know, we've been mentioning the beautiful golf course and this city. We should also take a moment to appreciate the tournament being presented by Bulneni Panache, and they offer like an exquisite living in Kondapur, reserved for only 44 families, and it is luxury living with an infinity pool and 15,000 square feet of soft clubhouse. So a big shout out to our presenting partner as well, Bulneni Panache. Uh,
Yes, very big shout out to both Bolini Panache and Telangana Tourism for making this happen. Without their support, this wouldn't have been possible. And the live drone coverage of this magnificent track is simply breathtaking.
Absolutely, it's a tough choice between the landscapes, the beautiful landscapes, and the actual golf being played. They're both at par. The quality just seems to be ramping up as and when we are seeing the tournament and the surrounding landscapes.
Yes, and the top five.
And like I said, I think Aman Raj did not take kindly to my words, and he is also now at 5 under par for the day. He's buried the par 5 8 as we were expecting.
Yes, Aman Raj is making fast and very strong movements towards the top of the leaderboard. Now he finds himself at sole position of number one. We'll quickly have the corrected scores on display as you can look at the top fives on your screen right now. It's Aman, Sachin, and Akshay tied, which will quickly change after Aman's birdie on the eighth. And Sakib and Yashas are at 10 under par respectively, tied fourth. So very, very big movements in the correct direction by Patna-based Aman Raj, which would mean Sachin Akshay will very quickly have to get their act together and start firing up a few birdies of their own if they want to stay at the top of the heaven.
You know, speaking on Aman Raj, I have seen him play a bit. He seems to have worked quite a lot on his strength and fitness, and his accuracy was never a problem. But he's gained a little distance also now, which is really helping him a lot, especially through his trade on different tours, and he's become a winner on the PGTI. He's, if I'm not wrong, he won in Kalhar this year.
Aman Raj has two wins under his belt. First one being in Jaipur, if I'm not wrong. The second one being very recently Kalhar this season, the beginning of this season. And that can quickly change with the way he's going about his business this week. Yes, Aman Raj, I remember when he came out on tour, was looking not only to improve his game but also gear up into being a more physically capable athlete. And from what the changes he's done to himself are clearly visible, are also being helpful for him in his career, and we can see it on the scorecard.
Absolutely. And since we are a little away from the action and watching the beautiful landscapes, I'd like to take a minute to also ask you, since you are now dwelling into teaching golf, and you're well aware of what goes on into building a player and from the scratch, what do you think? How important do you think are all facets of the game when it comes to not just practicing and playing on the course, but fitness, and what role do you think it plays in the game itself, and all the other aspects, like maybe the mental side of it, and where do you see all of that being included in the sport now?
Well, back in the day, it was all about just playing golf, doing your scoring and everything. But as quickly as the game is evolving, courtesy a man called Tiger Woods,
I might have heard of him.
the not only the brain activity between your ears has to be very, very sharp, but he has transformed this game into being a very, very athletic sport. So gone are the days where you could just, wake up, warm up for 15-20 minutes and start off your round. People are taking each and every bit of information in terms of not physically getting strong, but also being aware of what kind of food goes into your system, what kind of flow chart you follow towards a route map to making this as your career. So the
As
way I
we
see it, people are not leaving any leaf being unturned. Parents being very careful about how they go about the business of shaping their kids' career in making this a profession. Coaches, fitness instructors being very mindful of what they can provide their various athletes. So, all in all, this has become a very, very scientific sport in terms of not only just playing about it, but also being able to physically be able to contend or improve your
Yes.
conditions to play.
And adding on to that, I feel so much importance nowadays is given to recovery. So much so that a lot of people believe that 50% of the battle is in recovering so that you can go and perform the way you do. And speaking of performances, Divyanshu Bajaj also has churned up another birdie, and he also is 5 under for the day, and he's not too far back from Aman. He's 5 shots back, yes, but he's made a big jump on the leaderboard himself. and the day is getting more interesting for all of us here as we get back to the action.
Yes, Divyanshu and Kshitij now with Kohal are making very big headways as both of them are 5 under par in their respective rounds. Kshitij a little further out than he would have liked, but if we have seen anything from the first 2 days of scoring where Akshay and Sachin produced 9 under pars of rounds on different days, it is very, very realistically possible for anybody in terms of sitting at a comfortable tight 10 at 8 under par to be contending by the end of round 4, which is tomorrow.
Yes, as we see the man of the moment tapping out a few nickels on the green, and soon he's going to have a shot at his putt. But yes, the game is moving in a good direction because from where I see, there are some people who are changing the way we play, changing the way they approach the game. Guys like Sanhit, guys like Pranav Madikar, guys like Laksh Nagar, who isn't playing this week, but these guys are players on the PGTI who hit it far, who are strong, and they aren't shy of taking a aggressive line here or there or going for the flags, and that's what Aman Raj is doing. And the more you do that, you shoot lower numbers as well.
Yes, absolutely.
But
The
that's not the long hitting that you would want to do on a putting green.
It's easy to miss out on speed on a few occasions, especially on difficult greens such as the ninth hole of the HGA.
The ninth hole seems to be more contoured and sloping than the other holes.
Yeah, because it's a very short par three in terms of about 150 to 145 yards. The defense of this hole is two palm trees facing, I mean, not facing, but in between the tee box and the green, and some heavy contouring on the greens. There are three different steps on this green to guard from players taking advantage of the distance, which is not that massive.
Well, the way Aman Raj is playing, I would not be surprised if that is his birdie putt. We saw Kevin from a similar position over borrowing a little and missing out on the putt. Let's see if Aman has no. He seems to have underread it, and or maybe he just didn't hit it enough. Maybe he was took a little more caution because of Kapil's putt.
जो भी दर्शक हमें अभी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं मैं उनको बताना चाहूंगा कि अगर आपके कुछ सवाल, कुछ सुझाव और कुछ बेहतर जानना चाहेंगे इस गेम के बारे में जो दर्शाई जा रही है, आप हमें हमारे विभिन्न मीडिया पोर्टल्स पे आकर ये सवाल पूछ सकते हैं, जो कि इंस्टाग्राम, फेसबुक, यूट्यूब, हर प्लेटफॉर्म पे अवेलेबल है। सिंपली जाइए प्रोफेशनल गोल्फ टूर ऑफ इंडिया के हैशटैग पे या एवीपी लाइव के हैशटैग पे, और हमारी कोशिश यही रहेगी कि आपके हर सवाल का जवाब दिया जाए ताकि आप सबको ये गेम हमारी तरह लुभाए और आप इसको खेलने का प्रयास रखें।
Kapil doing a very fine job after that first putt. And Ravi Kumar makes it look easier than most people have been making it look on the greens here. Aman Raj, it seems to be the better part of a 4 or a 5 footer by the looks of it, and does not seem as easy as he would have wanted it to be.
Yeah, the ball finds the bottom of the hole and onward strides leader towards the back nine. So we are done with the inward nine for leaders, and
The
here is
unmistaken swing of Amar in the top tracer.
yeah. Here's a look at the top tracer technology, and those are the palm trees which I'm talking about, which you have to evade to find the hidden flagship on hole number nine. Very different approaches from all the players. Top tracer technology gives you a very realistic view of how the ball has flown onto towards the intended target from the green.
Yeah, the top five has not changed since we started, but the lead has indeed exchanged hands. Akshay Sharma started off with a couple of bogeys, and Sachin was in the lead, and then Akshay birdied and he came back. But now we see Aman Raj clearly taking charge of this tournament and lead for now, with currently 5 under through his 8. And we just watched Saqib's highlight on tee number 9, and he's also he's 3 under par for the round, and he's having a good day around the top leaderboard as well. So as we are moving to the back half of the day, with the leaders moving on to the ninth, and leaders moving their way, making their way slowly to the back nine and to the second half of the day, we see the leaderboard heating up more and more, with players from the middle pack as well coming up, like Gaurav Pratap is moving up the leaderboard, and Sudhir Sharma, M. Dharma, Anshul Patel, one of the many names who are slowly jumping up and continuing their charge.
You coverage of the HGA golf course, massive water bodies, and the golf course inside, the big unheralded walls of the fort. One of the most unique tracks which you would find the entirety of the golf course inside a fortified fortress.
And golf course and layout like the one we are in.
Yes, here's another look at the hole number 5, where the flagstick is tucked up on the right hand side, and most of the players found it difficult to reach. And now that our leaders have found the putting surface on the ninth hole, it would be an interesting watch as to how are they going about their walkabouts. Sachin has found himself on this bowl which we were talking about, which Daksh Shaukin actually flew. Akshay a little further out than he would have liked, but we can watch Aman Raj's ball, sorry, Yashash Chandra's ball at a very relatable and a simpler line of play for his coming up putt.
We seem to have some disturbance on the outside of our studio, but as long as the players are running in the golf course nice and easy.
Well, this week we had a few very good players making headway towards their victories. Amongst the top 10 current money leaders of the Professional World Tour of India 2023, we had 8 players participating this week, out of which Udayan seems to have missed the cut, but the famous Olympian Udayan Mane seems to have missed the cut, a very rare sighting. But the tournament prize purse, which was raised from 40 lakhs to 1 CR, has made sure that there is very, very stiff challenge for numero uno spot. Because Aman Raj has not only caught up with the leaders, but has also walked a little past them and finds himself as sole leader.
Yes, and which is why I feel this golf course is very interesting because, like we mentioned earlier, there are some notables who are stars on the PGTI like Udayan Mane and Adil Bedi, Harshjeet Singh Sethi, who's a very, very recent winner, Arjun Sharma, who's knocking on the door more consistently than before. They seem to have not gotten the measure of the golf course this week, which goes to show that this golf course will need you to play and perform at a higher level than, let's say, on another track, which was easier as well. So, more interesting times ahead in this event.
Yes, absolutely. Here's a look at Sachin Basoya as he attempts to make his further bit long distance birdie putt. Sachin, a breakout winner this season at the Tollygunge, which was the first event on Professional World. The first event?
Yes, it was the
It
first
was the
event
first
this year.
event this year. And with a breakthrough win, he's knocking on the door rather regularly to give that trophy, which is in his mental peace, company with another one. Won't be any time later. By the way he's playing, could be this possible this week.
Now we see Yashas as well. I think as times are progressing, we are seeing more and more Indians being regulars on higher tours as well. If you look at the number of players we have playing all around the world, notably guys like Anirban Lahiri and Shubhankar Sharma and Rahil Gangji, all these guys who've consistently and regularly made progress on the PGTI and the start of their career. So it goes to show it is a very good tour to be competing on, and Yasha's missing out narrowly on his birdie.
Yeah, that seems to have baffled him a little bit than what he had thought. Does happen on such greens, you get foxed out of what you had thought.
Yes, but this time I feel players don't have a lot of respite from the tee to the green, to be honest, because on the greens also, uh, even if you're playing well, you're still struggling. As we saw Aman Raj in the ninth from a short range, uh, giving himself a lot of stress to two putt because the contours are tough to waddle through.
Here's Akshay Sharma looking to clean up for his par from a reasonable distance. Akshay has one of those rather unique putting styles where he comes a little closer to the surface with a lot of lean with his upper body. Makes it look very, very simple. Akshay would be looking to make amends of what happened in the final round of the Vizag 2023 Open, where a little unfortunate, ill-timed bogey on the 18th made sure that Thanga, instead of Akshay, held the famous Dolphin Nose Trophy. Rare sightings which happen in this game, but the way Akshay Sharma is playing it will be commendable and very, very strong performance coming up very soon from him. As this second half, he's always been there contending.
Yes, I agree. And I remember when Akshay came out on tour, he broke out in one of the few events he played. So he does have the caliber to be up there and winning. But Aman Raj seems to have been taking charge today. He's come and he's decided to just go ahead and as I mentioned that we have Om Prakash Chauhan also for 4 under to the day. He's actually made 7 birdies today. But made a few bogeys as well. Sudhir Sharma is having a decent day as well. He's 3 under par for the day.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate. Feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
So no of challenge in terms of, as we would call him, Sharma ji, but yes, he's still looking for that elusive breakthrough win. Anytime soon, it should be there for him to grab, as he's giving himself decent chances. And as of today, he's 3 under par for his round. So could be his week this week or any subsequent week, as there are ample opportunities for talented players like him to further better his resume. Nothing like a trophy against your name.
Yes, I think we do joke about Sharma being a very good name for Indian golf. Give it Sudhir or Arjun or Shubhankar. It's a good surname to have in Indian golf, it seems like. And a very good friend of Sudhir's, Angad Chima, is also 3 under for the day, along with Shivender Singh Sisodia, who we mentioned before, and Sanit Bishnoi, again, a very recent winner on tour, also 2 under par for the day. So middle of the pack also seems to be making inroads into the leaderboard. As on our screens, we can now see the current leaderboard for the tournament. Everybody healthily moving towards a lower score, more birdies, and the names have pretty much remained the same, but a few ups and downs here. Clearly, notably, Aman Raj being the one who's taking the lead. And Sachin and Akshay are following suit a shot behind. And the rest of the pack, Divyanshu Bajaj having a very good day, and he's hoping for a strong finish as well. He's 5 under par through 12. And closely behind him are M. Dharma and Gaurav Pratap Singh, who are 4 under on the day at 9 under par. So makes for a very interesting round of golf on moving day. Anybody joining us right now, we are covering The Bulineni Panache and Telangana Tourism presents Telangana Golconda Masters 2023 at the HGA Hyderabad Golf Association, live from the ABP News Media Center. And once again, we thank all the sponsors and the media centers and everybody behind the scenes who's made this possible for all the spectators, all the golfers. And I would highly encourage anybody who's a fan of golf or sports to actually go out and watch the boys on the PGTI go through their craft at the HGA. And if not, you can very well enjoy this very competitive coverage live from the comforts of your home. We're moving towards the back half of the day as the leaders have made their way through the front nine, and now they're moving on to the back nine. And we will soon. These are some of the highlights. That was Saqib starting off with a birdie on the first, a tricky, difficult hole. The various players around the leaderboard: Shankar Das, Ravi Kumar. That would be our current leader, Aman Raj. On the first, Mohammad Azhar, local lad from Hyderabad itself.
Yes, some highlights of beautiful golf being played in your hometown of Hyderabad, in Golconda, in the fort of Golconda, with the golf courses situated inside, at the HGA, Hyderabad Golf Association, Hyderabad Golf Club. There's some very big names who covered this elusive title of Telangana in likes of Harinder Gupta, Ajitesh Nandu, Udyan Mane, Chika Rangappa, and Manu Gandas. And from the looks of it, there is a realistic possibility of a new winner for this coveted trophy, as we find a bunch of players trying to outperform each other, none other than Patna-based golfer Aman Raj. This week, Bulini Panache and Telangana Tourism have partnered up to present you the Telangana Golconda Masters 2023 being played at Hyderabad Golf Association. The prize money is a whopping 1 CR and the format being stroke play. So every shot matters, and the diligence which all these players are giving makes you wonder how important every stroke is, as we now have a look at the shortest par 3 on this golf club, and it's a hole where you are hitting to a very elevated green, somewhat 12 to 14 yards of elevation change on this green. A very short hole, but a blind tee shot as the green is way higher than the teeing ground. So Kevin seems to have done a wonderful job in keeping the ball underneath the hole as he now has a right to left uphill putt, if I remember it correctly. Wow. Just straightened it out in the end. Goes to show how difficult it is to read greens on some of the holes over here because of the elevation change and the hills in the background. This green has a higher level surface on the left hand side. It's a very narrow target, but what's unique about this hole is that you don't get to see the putting green, also called the dance floor. The only thing which you see is the top of the flagstick. So you got to rely on your number and be very clear of the intent on what you're going to hit.
Yes, I agree. And so many times, not visually being able to see where you're landing the ball uh, makes you sometimes not trust the swing and the number in itself. So, like you mentioned, it's a short hole, and that is the defense then that it has. Sakib also now going attempting a shorter putt.
Yes, Sakib would have a little bit more break on this putt. As you see the ball just diving towards his left.
I think that's been the flavor of the day for most players. Even if even Sakib, Aman Raj were both playing well, they're scoring well, but nobody seems to have had the measure of the green perfectly, because I think every green is a challenge in itself.
Yes, I think you're again venturing into the territory of putting Aman Raj on an even further track as he's 5 under par in 9 holes.
Yes, I think.
So if anybody knows about these greens, it's that young man from Patna.
Yes, I have a feeling that every time I make a comment on maybe the golfers, maybe the golf course getting to the golfers, Aman Raj comes in and makes a bunch of birdies.
Amardeep Malik being very meticulous about getting a very good roll on the green. You can't be too sure about how good the roll is going to be because it requires not only gauging the speed and the contour, which is the break on the green, but you also have to be very careful of your technique, which from the looks of it, Amar is got a handle on and should send this home beautifully
Yes,
done. Back of the cup. Onwards, this group of golfers moves on to a very scenic tee shot in forms of hole number 12. Very different approach on these two holes, where on the flip side, we had the 11th hole where the green is higher than the teeing ground. The other dimension of that is on the hole 12th, where the teeing ground is way higher than the green. So, from the highs and lows of the treacherous track of Hyderabad Golf Association, the undulations are playing a very big role.
so the literal highs and lows of golf to the actual highs and lows of the golf course. Yes, I feel a lot of Amardeep Malik, the way he approaches the game is also how he approaches life. He's very measured, well planned, very deliberate with the actions and movements that he's making, and seems to be in control of his game today as well. A slightly quieter round, but he's still under par for the day, which, like we all know, is a good measure of professional golf, especially on a track like this. And by the looks of it, the sun might be peering a little, which again would make things difficult for the players from the humidity standpoint.
Here's a look at the beautiful nursery of the Hyderabad Golf Association. This is the location what we are calling ESA this week, environmentally sensitive area. This is made not only for nursing purposes but also serves as a viewing delight.
Which sure does. As we look at the leaderboard, and I think a new name that pops up is Anshul Patel at 9 under par, 3 under for the day. And the only Akshay Sharma, who started the day leading, seems to be the only player who's over par in the top 5 players. Sachin Basoya, who was following suit at the start of the day, is at even par for the day, but both of them are at 13 under par, just a short behind Aman Raj. So even though Aman Raj is having a blistering round, these guys don't seem to be too far back, and this is golf, so anything can change at any moment.
Yes, and a quick look at the top 10 money leading machines for the Professional Golf Tour of India. Om Prakash is sitting at whopping 68 lakhs. Close pursuit is Aman Raj, 39 lakhs 78,700. The youngster Karun Pratap also finds himself in top third position at 35 lakhs 45,263 rupees. And the first time winner in form of Sachin, who's also contending this week, is at fourth position, 2000, and he's made 29 lakhs 22,000 and some pocket change in terms of 33 rupees. Amongst the international players who find them at respective tied fifth and tied sixth place. I'm sorry, I'll have to cut this. Yeah, so sorry, cutting back to what we were just mentioning, Zamal and Thanga are the international leaders in terms of Bangladesh and Sri Lankan flag bearers. Zamal is at fifth at 29 lakhs 18,485, and Thanga, after his recent fame to fortune in Vizag, is at 26 lakhs 68,463. And at seventh, we have Noida based, somewhat of a veteran, Gaurav Pratap Singh, who's had recent forms of good fortune and had won in Noida at 24 lakhs 84,415 rupees. The youngster Sunit, with his breakthrough win on position 8th, is sitting pretty at 21 lakhs 36,313 rupees. And Harinder Gupta, the somewhat of a veteran in terms of winnings. Winnings has sitting pretty at 19 lakhs 43,325. And the only left-handed player who finds himself in the top 10 is Karthik Sharma. The young Gurgaon-based youngster is also at 19 lakhs 38,128 rupees. Here's a look at some live action in forms of highlights where Azhar has been the torchbearer for the city of Hyderabad, leading charge of the locals, finding himself near contention for this week's title. And another look at the Hyderabad Golf Club. Scenic views of live golf covering.
Yes, and for those of you joining us right now, it is the Bullaneni Panache and Telangana Tourism presents Telangana Golconda Masters 2023, live from Hyderabad Golf Association.
A very warm welcome to the man, the legend, Mr. Kapil Dev, the winning captain of 1983 and a very big supporter of golf in our country and sitting board member of Professional Golf Tour of India. Welcome to the studio, sir, and thank you for encouraging one and all for each dimension of life.
Thank you very much, and very happy to be here. I think I feel in our country we only talk about most of the time cricket, which I played, but I think it's the time to look after the other sports also. The boys work so hard. Reward and award should given to them in the same manner, or if not the same manner, close to the cricket. That's what I feel, and what a course this is. Hyderabad, wonderful place to play there. I played few times, and I always feel one of the nice picturesque golf course we have.
Yes, absolutely. It's a great opportunity of having the man with us at the ABP Live Studios, welcoming his acknowledgements and support in all walks of life. I remember being a youngster, my dad used to ask me, why are you so favoring Mr. Kapil Dev? And I used to say, I don't find a man more interesting.
Oh, I thought you say he's good looking.
So that goes beyond the measure of saying that you
No, no.
still and trying to remember as a problem.
Some things don't go out of style. So we mentioned earlier, you host a tournament, which we will be there in a few weeks in Gurgaon in a very iconic golf course as well. Can you share your love for the game and how you're promoting it for so many years and how we see the effects of it also?
Oh, when I stop playing cricket, I just feel I want to carry on playing sports. And a friend of mine he's taken me to the Delhi Golf Club, and I said, I want to be with myself. I don't want to be with public. And he said, only first hole when everybody will be there. After that, for 18 hole, you can walk around. Nobody will really bother you. And then I start enjoying the game. I think if I had played this game when I was playing cricket, honestly, I personally believe I would had a couple of thousand runs extra, not in a bowling, in a batting, because the concentration is so good in golf you require. And I just felt bad I didn't play this game when I was playing cricket.
Words of wisdom from the legend himself. Mr. Kapil Dev is not only just supporting professional golf, but has also brought on some very big names in terms of Grant Thornton, which will be upcoming and is on the calendar of Professional Golf Tour of India being held at Gurugram. And also a welcome news change for that event is that the prize money has been walked up to 2 CR.
Yeah, I think the boys need it. And when they play so hard, they should get much more than that, because this is the game where you spend your own money, you stay in the hotel, you travel your own. In cricket, it's totally different. You know, the organizer, they look after your travel accommodation. Here the players have to pay their own fees. Out of 120, 30 people go and play, only 60, top 60 will get share the money, whatever the prize money is. So it's a very tough life for golfer. I feel it's much more tough life for golfer than anybody else, but hoping this year increase, but within next year or 2 years we'll reach to almost 50 to 60 crores of prize money, and then to 70, or within 5 years we hoping as a board member will touch 100 crores for the players. Once that will be achieved, I'll be very happy and proud person.
Yes, absolutely. As a former ex-board member myself of PGTI, I would like to take this opportunity and not only Party, but all the other brands in terms of coming out and supporting professional golf. We all need it, we all appreciate it, and would definitely look forward to the continued support. तो पाजी जैसा आप बता रहे थे, आप पहली बार बीजीसी गए थे, खेले, एंड आपको बोला गया था कि सिर्फ पहले ही होल पे कोई कुछ श्रोता होंगे जो आपको देख रहे होंगे, बट जहां तक मुझे याद है, मुझे नहीं लगता आप शायद 18वें होल तक भी किसी ने आपका पीछा छोड़ा हो।
नहीं, वो फिर आप गोल्फ खेले हुए हैं, वो 4 आपके दोस्त हैं, 4 कैडीज हैं, या 2 आगे बॉल बॉयज हैं, बस वहां तक रह जाता है। एंड आप अपने आप में इतना इन्वॉल्व हो जाते हो तो फिर बॉदर नहीं करता। क्रिकेट में भी सेम, 100,000 people are sitting and watching, but जब आप खेल रहे होते आप इतने आप में मगन हो जाते हो, आपको पता ही नहीं चलता कितने लोग बैठे हैं कि नहीं। सो गोल्फ में बहुत मजा आया। एक तो वो कभी कभी क्रिकेट की फ्रस्ट्रेशन निकल जाती थी, मारो जोर से बॉल 300 यार्ड 250 यार्ड जाता है, एज ए क्रिकेटर यू फील वेरी सेटिस्फाइड। उसके बाद फिर बाद में पता चला कि सिर्फ जोर से नहीं मारना, यू हैव टू मेक अ बेटर स्कोर ऑल्सो। क्रिकेट में भी कहते हैं ना, वो 4 रन होंगे, चाहे स्लो जाए या तेजी से जाए, 6 रन बाउंड्री से, 8 रन नहीं मिलने वाले। तो गोल्फ में भी ये कहते हैं कि आपको स्कोर एंड ऑफ द डे इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, कि आपका स्कोर क्या है। वो गोल्फ में जो देख के या जब खेल के आया, बहुत मजा आया। इतना मजा आता था कि जिस दिन अच्छा गोल्फ खेल लेता था, मुझे लगता था कि हाँ यार, ऐसा भी हो सकता है क्या।
So I would also like to go mention it to all everybody viewing us that not only did you bring such a big event to the PGTI, but the golf course on which it takes place is a very prestigious golf course by itself, because DLF is responsible to host the Indian Opens in the past as well, and most of the top players from the world come to that golf course, and you've given an opportunity to the PGTI players. What I would like to ask you is ki, uh, following Indian golf so much and promoting it so much and watching golf all around, when you watch the boys on the PGTI play golf, what do you think? What do you think of their craft?
I think recently what I've seen is amazed the distance what they are getting. I understand the scoring is improved. It come to 18 under, 20 under, 14 under. It's not easy. We are no less than any other American or European golfers. But, making the boys ready to know how to score now. And that's a big thing. And second, a DLF is one of the finest golf course we can say, not in the country, in the world.
Absolutely.
Now, not only this one, you can say Prestige Golf Course, you can say Ahmedabad, Kalhar Golf Course, you can go to Oxford Golf Course, JP Golf Course, ITC. Now the brands are coming. Kashmir Wala, Srinagar is so good. So I think recently the private uh, sponsor coming, private golf courses are coming. इतना मजा आता है देख के कि हम कभी सोचते थे जब हम बाहर जाते हैं कि हमारी कंट्री में भी ऐसे गोल्फ कोर्स हो सकते हैं. आज जब हम देखते हैं कि जहां पर अब हैदराबाद में खेल रहे हैं, ये दुनिया के बेहतरीन गोल्फ कोर्स है. ये सिर्फ गोल्फ कोर्स नहीं, सीनरी, हिस्ट्री, ये सब चीजें हैं. और ये देखिए, ये जो चीज है ना देखने वाला, वो बहुत मजा आता है. माउंटेन्स हैं, हिस्ट्री है, आप खेल रहे हो, बीचेस के पास खेल रहे हो. जो इसका गेम का मजा है, मैं ये नहीं कहता क्रिकेट सिर्फ वहीं पर है और सिर्फ आपको क्राउड नजर आता है. ये आपको 4-5 घंटे का वॉक करते हो, नज़ारे ले रहे हो, जगह जगह देख रहे हो, डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ पीपल यू आर मीटिंग. व्हाट अ फैंटास्टिक गेम. दैट्स द बॉटम लाइन आई कैन से.
Still be dropping your way. Please be careful of the advice which is coming your way, because it is not only words, it has been a live performance and a way of living for this living legend, Mr. Kapil Dev, who can tell you any and everything about not only just determination but reaching those goals successfully and making things happen. We are very, very grateful that he has taken time out from his very busy schedule and is.
Now, how can I forget Delhi Golf Clubs, where I born and brought up in a sense in golf? मेरे को तो मजा आता है to see every golf course. Every shot is the same, 7 iron, the 7 iron, but the standing there, sometime वो change, आपका thought process change होता है. क्रिकेट का भी सेम पिचेस, बट व्हेन यू गो टू पर्थ और डर्बन, आप कहते हो इतना बाउंस है. सेम थिंग हियर, different course, same shot you're playing, result is totally different. इतना खूबसूरत गेम है जिसने भी बनाया. मैं ये नहीं कहता क्रिकेट किसी चीज से कम है, बट ये गेम कुछ ज्यादा ही स्पेशल है. आप सराउंडिंग में हैं, आप ऐसी सराउंडिंग में हैं जहां पर आप 4 से 5 घंटे you can enjoy your walk and you can see the scenery. The top golfer don't have time. The professional don't have time. They focus so hard, they can't even see even a tree or anything. You go to Delhi Golf Club, peacocks are there, deers are there. There's so many other courses where you can see the wildlife. बट मुझे नहीं लगता कोई भी प्लेयर को मौका मिलता है देखने का. वो इतने अपनी गेम में इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, they can't remember anything else apart from the pin and hitting the shot.
Very, very well put, sir. Actually, differentiating in the same sport, to view the sport in two different ways. One can enjoy the sport also, but competitively playing, you don't get the time to do it. But being on the PGTI, as Aditya also himself is, knowing the contributions that you make, it is, and your only motivation is the love for the sport, love for sports in India in general, not just cricket, not just golf. And I think it is much appreciated all around the board through the players. I know I do it, he does it. And
no, we will make it next year. We'll go close to 50 crores. Definitely.
Absolutely.
I think we just have to ask the corporate world to come forward. And golf doing, our player doing reasonably well all over the world. And the girls, not only boys. So I think corporate have to take this responsibility to bring some more money so more people can make a life out of that.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very welcome change in not only in terms of monetary value being added this season, but also the X number of opportunities. मतलब वो कहते हैं ना कि आप मौका दर मौका मिलते रहना चाहिए दिखाने के लिए कि आप किस लेवल के खिलाड़ी हैं, कितनी क्षमता आपके अंदर है अपने गोल को पहुंचाने के लिए। क्योंकि इस गेम में आप आत्मनिर्भर हैं सिर्फ अपने ऊपर। यहाँ दिस इज नॉट अ टीम स्पोर्ट जहां पे अगर आपका खराब दिन चल रहा हो तो बाकी के 10 खिलाड़ी मिलकर आपका
अपलिफ्ट कर सकते हैं।
अपलिफ्ट कर सकते हैं, आपकी टीम को जीत दिला सकते हैं। यहाँ आप और आपका कैडी ही हैं जो आपको आपके बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन की तरफ लेके जाएंगे। सो what Paji is trying to say is the difference between cricket and golf is only one, that
लाइक क्रिकेट के लिए क्रिकेट के लिए आप किसी के ऊपर निर्भर करते हो। मैंने बॉलिंग की, किसी ने कैच पकड़ा, और टीम। यहाँ पर सिर्फ दो ही लोग हैं, आप और आपका कैडी है। आप अपने आप के कह सकते हो वेल प्लेड, अपने बैट कर सकते हो और कह सकते हो आज मैं बहुत गंदा खेला। आप किसी को ब्लेम नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि ये किसी के हाथ में नहीं, आप अपने साथ सिर्फ कोर्स के अगेंस्ट खेल रहे हो। इसलिए ये गेम यूनिक गेम है। सब गेमें, सब स्पोर्ट्स यूनिक है, लेकिन इसमें ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत मजा आता है कि आप अपने टैलेंट को एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हो। बाकी जितने भी स्पोर्ट्स है वो साथ में किसी और का साथ होना बहुत जरूरी है। यहाँ पर इंडिविजुअल, एंड दैट्स व्हाई दिस गेम इज सो बिग, सो नाइस।
Also, from what I've seen, so many of our current and ex-cricketers have actually taken up golf, watching you play.
या लास्ट टाइम धोनी को हम लाए थे ग्रैंड थॉर्टन के जो टूर्नामेंट में। इस बार हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं युवराज को, हरभजन को, अजीत अगरकर, बाकी प्लेयरों को रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे क्योंकि वर्ल्ड कप भी चल रहा है तो मौका मिलेगा तो हम सब प्लेयरों को लाना चाहते हैं एक दूसरे की स्पोर्ट्स को। जब क्रिकेटर आके गोल्फ खेलता है तो गोल्फ को है, कभी गोल्फर जाके क्रिकेटर खेलते हैं तो हम बड़े खुश होते हैं कि इनको भी शौक है। जैसे फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के लोग हैं, वो क्रिकेट खेलते हैं तो हमें कितना अच्छा लगता है कि उनके पास क्रिकेट खेलने के लिए भी टाइम है। और जब वो हमें कहते हैं कि आके एक आधा कैमियो रोल करो फिल्म में, तो हम सब खुश हो जाते हैं। क्यों नहीं, they are our heroes also. Same thing, all the golfer admire the cricketer, and when the cricketer come and play, अच्छा लगता है एक दूसरे की स्पोर्ट्स की रिस्पेक्ट करना।
No, absolutely. So you're right, because I feel uh, different sports, they fall under the same umbrella of playing for the nation also. So if Indian cricket does well, as a nation, it's a proud feeling. Indian golf does well, I think we all fall under that umbrella. And I know that even the movie that came out very recently of yours, it was very motivating for all of us. We spoke about it, and I feel the work that you're also doing for golf directly as well, at some point in time someone's going to take motivation from that and do well for sports here.
ओनली थिंग इज हर एक का एक अपना अपना मोटिव है। कोई क्रिकेट छोड़कर चैरिटी में चला जाता है, कोई बिजनेस में चला जाता है, कोई कमेंटेटर बन जाता है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि हमें दूसरे स्पोर्ट्स को भी प्रमोशन करनी चाहिए। एंड बहुत सारे अलग अलग प्लेयर हैं, अलग अलग काम करते हैं, तो एटलीस्ट यू कीप योर सेल्फ बिजी, दैट्स मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट।
absolutely, from different walks of life, when athletes, in terms of cricketers, hockey players, golfers, get an opportunity to play together, it's a very welcome sight for the viewers also. And we would like to thank you, Paji, once again for motivating youngsters and literally having goosebumps for both of us in the near vicinity of the city.
Just ये कह रहा हूँ कि you do your work with passion and tell the people how important is these boys playing and their score. I played this game, but जब तक आपने ये गेम खेला नहीं है ना, कई बार आप महसूस नहीं कर सकते। And all the best to all the youngster. Let the best player win. Our job is, as an administrator, give them better facilities. That's all I believe. In cricket also, in education also, in all the sports, we have to give them infrastructure. If we can give them infrastructure, today the talent is no shortage in our country. Thank you very much inviting me, And I want to say, carry on, enjoy your work, have fun.
Thank you so much, sir.
It and being successful in life in general.
Yes, and I feel if the legend himself tells you that golf is a great sport, one should not to pick it up. So anybody who's viewing golf, viewing him, and is a fan of Mr. Kapil Dev himself, pick up.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
For the welcome surprise and moving onwards towards what's happening in Hyderabad. Aman Raj and Akshay are sitting pretty at number one spot at 14 under par, and close pursuit is Sachin and Sakib at respectively 12 and 11 under par.
And we see Akshay maybe settling the nerves a little by birdieing the 10th and sharing the lead with Aman. And Sachin, on the other hand, has gone the other way. He's made a bogey on number 10 and he's 2 shots back now, but still within catching distance. So, a very interesting run of play going on still.
Yes, for the players who just missed out on what is happening on the leaderboard, we are presenting you with live coverage of the Bulini, Panache, and Telangana Tourism presents Telangana Golconda Masters 2023 from the beautiful HGA. The prize purse being a whopping 1 CR. The format is stroke play, and the leader for the day are two gentlemen tied at 14 under par in forms of Aman Raj and Akshay Sharma.
Yes, I was very excited with the Aman Raj's play, especially. Well, he's blemish free today. He's made 3 pars on the back nine. For some reason, they seem like a blemish considering the front nine scorecard he has with 3 birdies and an eagle. But anytime you play bogey free and you continue playing bogey free is a very good round of golf. Yasha seems to have not made any red numbers or blue numbers on his scorecard. He's made all pars up until the 11th. He's at 9 under par for the tournament. 10 under par for the tournament. And Kshitij Navid Kaul, along with Vasu Sehgal, have a very strong round going of 6 under par. They're sitting in the middle of the pack. Kshitij is at 7 under for the tournament, and Vasu is at 5 under for the tournament. But they're having very strong rounds going indeed. As we watch some of the highlights.
Well, getting on towards the excitement on the golf course, moving on from the studios where we are extremely excited with the guest visitor which we just had. Here are a look at the players getting ready for their rounds, doing their various anecdotes to get them into the comfort zone, as to say, when they are commencing play for the day.
You know, Aditya, it's 10 minutes with Kapil Paji, and I feel like putting on my golfing shoes and making a few birdies myself.
That's the nature of encouraging words and coming out of a live, living legend. Yes, as my fellow commentator is very excited about the presence of Mr. Kapil Dev and the words of encouragement which he has dropped on all of us. It can get the adrenaline fired up, and I'm sure the result of that we will be able to see in my co-host's performance next week at the JNK Open. I'm also fortunate to be doing the same next week, and I will definitely remind him the second before he's going to tee off that.
Yes, I think I'm going to take a clipping from today's coverage and go out teeing off next week with that emotion. But I think anybody who was viewing him could understand and see the passion he has for sports, for golf, even now. And I feel as a spectator, if people can muster the same passion for not just golf, but sports in the country, because we have some wonderful athletes. And as we speak currently at the Asian Games as well, raking up medals and performing and putting in that work and sweat to promote the name of this wonderful nation. And I feel as spectators and sportsmen, women, and as viewers of athletics, we should support everybody. And currently, you can do that by watching the wonderful high level elite golf going on at the Hyderabad Golf Association. And if you are there, I would very thoroughly encourage you to go and watch these guys play. And I promise you, once you go watch them play and hit golf shots and maneuver their way around the golf course, you would want to do it more and more. And for those who cannot make it there, you're most welcome to join us for this live coverage and enjoy this wonderful golf tournament brought to you by the Bulineni Panache and Telangana Tourism presents Telangana Golconda Masters 2023 and from the ABP Media Center.
Yes, absolutely. It's a rare sighting to see good golf being played, and even rarer sighting when you have 57 professional golfers in your town honing into their skills and producing some beautiful golf at the magnificent, picturesque HGA. So, if you are in a shout out of the vicinity, please try and make your way towards the venue and enjoy the golf and the hospitality of the beautiful Hyderabad Golf Club. Even exciting times for a lot of players in forms of Divyanshu, who has now completed a stretch of 15 holes and is blemish-free 5 under, giving a charge towards the top 10 position. He finds himself tied in ninth alongside M. Dharma, who is also 4 under par for the day, and Gaurav Pratap, again sitting pretty at 9 under total and for the day 4 under par. Anshul Patel has also joined the group of people alongside Amardeep Malik, respectively, both at 3 under par.
Yeah, Amardeep Malik's made a quick Three birdies on the 9th, 10th, and 11th. And Om Prakash Chauhan is not a surprise at all, is finished a very lovely 5 under par for today.
Yes, I think the process of getting to the top of the leaderboard are heating up, as the best round of the day is by Vasu Sehgal. Vasu is sitting at a current 6 under par, which is also tied by Kshitij Navid Kaul at 6 under par. Kshitij, two shots ahead in totality of the week's play, is at 7, and Vasu at 5 under par. Both of them are playing some really hot golf.
Absolutely. Like Kapil Pari said, it's become the norm where players are just shooting 15, 18, 20 under pars for the week. And uh, also, when he said he's very impressed with how far the guys are hitting it, do you think he was talking about you?
Yes, he was talking about both of us.
Yeah, I'm sure he has
Very little to his knowledge, but we can take it as a bragging statement.
Absolutely. I think he was just humbling us. He was talking about us. But moving away from us into the action, we see one of those veteran war horses you mentioned, Amandeep Jol, and who seems to be Tappy Ghai playing alongside him. Again, Tappy Ghai, another very impressive player, young player, and very, very fit. Um, he's also a winner on tour.
Now, with this camera angle, you can see the severity of the slope on this particular green.
I think it's our first look on hole number 13. Tell us about hole number 13 then.
Hole number 13 is again a very tricky par 4, as the green is very, very elevated in terms of surface from where the ball is being hit, as in the approach shot. A very tightly guarded fairway with the bunkers, and the green is extremely slick. So the best way would be to keep the ball short of the hole, and luckily Mr. Chari has placed the flag in the back edge of the green, so which means the players are mostly going to be putting uphill. Not a flag where you would want to attack. This is the kind of hole where you make par for the hole, which is par 4 for this particular one, and move on to the next very birdieable par for 14th.
That's very well explained. I would assume Azhar wants to do the same and just get out with a two putt and take his chances on number 14.
That's a very good lag putt from that far out. Seems to have run a fair bit distance away from the hole. Showcases how fast these greens are running.
Yes, indeed, because with the upslope, it just kept going, which means despite the rain, the green speeds are fairly quick, fairly impressive.
Yes, absolutely. So the nature of some of the holes which are very highly elevated are that they're going to be exposed to a little more sunlight, a little more wind, and are definitely faster, not because they are elevated, but because they have a severe back to front sloping condition, which adds to the parameters of gauging the speed very efficiently.
One can hope Daksh understood all of that and hopefully lags it up close to the hole.
Yes, the young man seems to be having a favorable week this time of the year, and it's a good time to have those change in fortunes for anybody. Daksh would be welcoming that change, as there are a strand of events coming along with very big prize purses leading it up to the mother of them all, the Tata Steel Players Championship, which is the season ender where an elusive elite group of top 60 professionals get to play for a whopping prize purse of 3 crore rupees. So all of this is going to manifest and lead up to that event where you are guaranteed certain prize money because it's an invite only tournament. No cuts that week.
Yes, and it's that is where you want to be at the end of the year. That is the tournament you want to be taking part in and playing. Shankar Das strides off the 13th.
Another look at the picturesque HGA from the beautiful drone shots. Look at that size of that water body.
Yes, we can appreciate it sitting in the studios, but when you have to play a hole that has that water body, it's a different story.
Yes,
But it is
absolutely.
indeed beautiful.
Not for the faint-hearted. These kind of water bodies can make anybody think on multiple occasions of the shot selection they want to use. Luckily, this has turned into a par 3 now, and at least on hole number 3, this water body is somewhat out of play.
You didn't sound so sure when you said somewhat. It would imply that it is still there in play, so you do have to make a good strike.
Absolutely. The severity of this game is such that anything and everything can be into play depending on how well you are playing.
Yes, and while we understand the complexities of that, M. Dharma is also making a little move. He's 5 under for the day and a 10 under par, which gets him to be 4 behind both our leaders, Aman Raj and Akshay Sharma.
So, what's the first thought which comes to your brain when you see such magnificent views? Is it going out there and playing, or get in your Hawaiian shirt and relax on a very nicely located hammock and enjoy the beautiful golf being played around?
Um, I think if I play well, I would do both. But given how professional golf can be, once you're in the setup, I think appreciating and smelling the roses aren't an option. But it is difficult not to look at the breathtaking views and the whole setup of it. Like you said, it is built inside a fort, and the undulations and the different contours make it look beautiful. And obviously, it's very green. It's got a great uh, cover of trees and different ones. So I think maybe enjoy the golf, enjoy the competition of it, and then once that is done, take a day or two to just wear that Hawaiian shirt and enjoy the scenery as well.
Yes, absolutely. The newly built clubhouse for the HGA gives you an array of different cuisines, and you can indulge in them after your round because after a stretch of 18 holes, we all have deserved some culinary delight.
Absolutely. The way you make it sound, I almost feel like going there just for the food now, to the wonderful clubhouse.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something iconic.
Like the Bandra-Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
And the Europeans. The biggest rivalry of golf is upon viewing delights in terms of Ryder Cup Day 1. You can definitely also enjoy the updates on that, as play has commenced on that forum also. Very exciting times for golf all over the world.
Live look at the leaderboard, and as we are progressing towards the finish on day 3, not much has changed in the past few holes, but it seems to be a very tight and packed leaderboard, with Aman Raj and Akshay Sharma now co-leaders of the tournament. Sudhir Sharma is slowly creeping up the leaderboard. He's 4 under for the round and 9 under par, 5 shots behind, which, as we all know in golf, is not a very big deficit. You have to have one very good day. So there are a lot of players who are in the mix currently. You can't rule anyone out.
Yes, and as you have a look at live action from hole number 13, Kapil has found the dance floor and is, my apologies, it looks like Kapil has just repaired a pitch mark and has found himself a little shorter than he would have intended. Very easy for a player to miscalculate the landing spot on this, because it's a very elevated green and difficult to find. Aman Raj, our leader, seems to be having no trouble in such. I'm presuming that happens to be the ball, and the way he's walking about towards it surely seems to be the case. As we go about towards the live action, we are on the the 13th hole, and a stretch of very makeable birdie holes await the rest of the groups, as 14, a very short par 4, along with 15, the even shorter par 4, present realistic birdie opportunities for players of this caliber. So I won't be surprised if Aman is be able to birdie at least 2 out of the rest 4 holes.
I agree with you, because he's taken advantage of some of the not very easy holes. So you would assume with his run in form, he will give himself strong opportunities to have a good finish and a low score by the end of the day. And we'll know soon, because he only has about 6 holes left. And you will be witness to that as you're getting this live coverage. So stay tuned and watch this very high level of golf happening.
Yes, on your screen, there's live action from hole number 13, and none other than the leader is making an attempt to probably distance himself and break out of the tie at first spot and be sole leader.
You see, he's left himself in the right spot under the hole, an uphill putt. That's probably not wanting to do that. Left himself a little more work than he would have liked.
Well, the one thing which is very clear from that stroke is that he's trying to hold out pretty much everything. Talks about the confidence a player and an athlete have in their own abilities. And yes, of course, he's left it a little extra work for him for his par, but the form he is in, I don't even think he's bothered about that distance to save his par. Kapil, on the other hand, will have a relatively tricky par save attempt coming up. As you can see, both Kapil and Ravi are eyeing the hole from all possible dimensions to gauge the speed and the break on this putt. Not easy. Let's hope they both do a masterful job about that.
Yes, I think, and by now, having played 12 holes, you would assume that they have a better understanding of the green speed and then relatively easier time reading the greens as well.
Yes, of course. With most of the round under their belt, it's relatively easier in comparison. But nonetheless, you still have to make the most of your opportunities, which Ravi has done fabulously well. A very good putt from the back edge of the green.
Yes, and we've been discussing how difficult it is coming from over the hole given the undulations and complexities of the green. But Ravi Kumar proving that he knows something that we don't.
I think more than something because he is out there performing at a very high level and finds himself after a stretch of three birdies in a spot of tied fourth. So Ravi is at now 12 under par, mere two shots from separate him from the leader, and he is tied with Saqib Ahmed at 12 under par.
Yes, and I think as we watch Kapil make a very, very good stroke and make a very good putt, I think Ravi, up until now, has also gone a little bit under the radar as he's been having a quiet round, not making too many errors or birdies, but suddenly he's made three on the trot and he's only two shots back. And another guy who we've been talking about since the beginning, and Amardeep Malik, he's made two birdies on the trot again. Like you said, the 14th and 15th are birdie opportunities, and he's listened to you and made birdies on both of them.
Yes, it's difficult to keep a player of this caliber down, and he is just showcasing how good professional he is by making this look very, very simple. Now, Amar Raj has a relatively sizable par attempt coming up. There you have it. With such confidence and authority, he hit a downhill putt as if it was he could do it in his sleep.
Yes, I think That hat gives him a little more shade and keeps him cooler than most of us. He did it very calmly, made his par, and walked off for the 14th and 15th, which I think he would eye up as at least making one birdie through those two holes.
There you have it. Somebody had to go crazy with his scoring, and it is a former winner in the shape of Kshitij Navedkar. Kshitij has locked in a scorecard of 8 under par. Some superb playing by him, as it is also not only all reds, but it is bogey free. So tremendous job by him. He's made a move and sits comfortable at tied 10th position as of right now.
Yes, a very, very impressive round indeed. And we were following him since the beginning, and he was slowly making his birdies. And he did manage to post a very strong scorecard. And as of yet, that is the lowest score posted today. So well done and a very good round by Kshitij.
Yes, on the other spectrum of the golf course, not all the players are enjoying a favorable time, as some players are finding it a little difficult to contour with the challenges being posed by HGA. I'm sure some of the players sitting at a total of 4 over, 6 over would be looking to make amends of the day's play and will be up and raring to go. Will be up and raring to go and make amends of a slightly non-favorable score.
That is true, which again goes to show that you can't take a sigh of relief on the golf course because while there are birdie opportunities, there are opportunities to make bigger numbers and bigger scores as well. So you have to be on your toes, and if you keep it in control, there are some numbers and scores to be short.
Such beautiful views of magnificent countryside of Telangana are on display at your screens from HGA, Hyderabad Golf Association. What a beautiful track and what a beautiful facility to have a professional golf event at a price purse of 1 CR. The tournament happens to be a stroke play and it is called Telangana Golconda Masters 2023, co-presented by Bolini Finance and Telangana Tourism. A big shout out to both these brands for joining hands and bringing this beautiful venue to your home screens. Professional golf is being supported by a few big brand names in forms of Tata Steel, Vedika Himalayan Spring Water, Amritanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, Rolex. These companies have been providing regular support to the Professional Golf Tour of India and is a welcome change in the sporting facility so that not only do we get to see events, but we also give youngsters an opportunity to make this as their career. And when I mean we, I am talking about these big brands, not myself per se. All this beautiful coverage of the live round 3 is won't have been possible without the collaboration of Professional Golf Tour of India with the brand name ABP, which is giving you live coverage. Big media giant coming along and partnering up with Professional Golf Tour of India just means one thing, that golf is in safe hands. And big shout out to our tour commissioner, Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, for making all of this happen and taking professional golf to new highs, be in terms of viewership or prize money our world ranking points, which help every young boy to achieve his dreams of making professional golf a career option. Just recently, Professional Golf Tour of India joined hands with DP World Tour, which means more playing opportunities in terms of weeks played for tournaments. Also, it means that very big, hefty prize purses for all the players contending week in, week out. The byproduct of which is world ranking points being available for every Professional Golf Tour of India event, which is a very big boost in for professional golf in our country, because it does not just give you prize purse, it also gives you various world ranking points to elevate your game to different tours in terms of the PGA Tour, the DP World Tour, and so on.
Yes, I think it's a wonderful time to be a professional golfer in India.
Yes, at the beginning of play at day one, we had 126 players competing for the coveted trophy of the Telangana Golf Masters 2023, out of which we now have a tied 57 players contending it for the span of last 2 days, round 3 and round 4, as the cut was applied at 1 over par, which means 57 people made it through the weekend. Most important thing for any professional during a professional golf event is to be a part of the so-called weekend, which is round 3 and round 4 respectively, because that's where you make the money, get the world ranking points, and further your cause of making this as your career.
Absolutely, and I think both could be said that to move forward in the sport, world ranking points and the prize money are both important, and you can get a lot of starts, you can get a lot of opportunities, not just here but on other tours as well. As we bring you back to some of the highlights. Those calls and the highlights as well, as we watch all the players, and they're all around, in and around the leaderboard, in and around the top position currently held by Aman Raj and Akshay Sharma. Those are the guys being chased on day 3 here. Still plenty of time to go for the tournament. We have a few holes left today, and we have tomorrow as well a full 18 holes of golf to contend with and give it a shot to get that trophy and the prize money and some world ranking points. So there's a lot on offer and a lot to play for. And as we can see with the different scores currently and all the players up on the leaderboard, there is no dearth of talent, and all the guys are showing all the viewers and us how good they are and why their names are up on the leaderboard. As we bringing you these highlights and the live coverage also from the studios of ABP News and Media Center, and we are covering the Bolaneni Panache and Telangana Tourism presents Telangana Golconda Masters 2023 at the Hyderabad Golf Association. A great look at the players and what they've been up to up until now. While we show you the highlights, we're also bringing you the live scores. Aman Raj and Akshay Sharma leading at 14 under, followed by Sachin Besoya at 13 under par, followed closely by Saqib Ahmed and Ravi Kumar at 12 under. And the stroke behind them is Amardeep Malik at 11 under par, who's having a rather good day and hoping for a strong finish himself.
Another look at what's headed to your various respective cities after the Golconda Masters, which is currently being held at Hyderabad. The tour moves on to J&K for the Jammu and Kashmir Open, followed to the city of Panchkula, where we will be hosting Haryana Open, and subsequently weeks to follow would be G. Milkha Singh Invitational at Chandigarh, one of the bigger events at 1.5 CR. And then the tour finds itself a little eastwards in terms of Dick Boy, the IOC Masters Golf 2023. And then we come towards more central India, and it will be hosted at Gurugram. In terms of the name of the event, it is called Grand Thornton Invitational, co-hosted by the biggest name in sporting industry of our country, Mr. Kapil Dev. Thereafter, we find the tour at the second oldest golf course outside the British Isles in terms of Royal Calcutta Golf Club, SSP Chaurasia Invitational, and the tour will find a bit of color in forms of Jaipur Open being held in the beautiful Pink City, which leads to a prize purse of 3 CR for the last tournament in the beautiful Steel City of Jamshedpur, Tata Steel Tour Championship, and tournament which will be held in Jamshedpur on invites based only, which means confirmed prize money, and it's more of a event where you get to enjoy the spoils of the entire season where you have performed and come out being the top 60 for the year-long order of merit.
Absolutely, and Ravi Kumar is making a dent and a case for that by making another birdie. So that's 4 in a row for him. Starting on the 11th, up until the 14th. He's only a short adrift from our leaders Aman Raj and Akshay Sharma. He's in tied third with Sachin Bisoya, who's also at 13 under par. While we look at Sakib,
Yes, with live action on the 16th, Sakib cleans up for his par, and they will be moving on towards the very picturesque 17th hole. A very daunting tee shot because I will just explain after we see what Kevin has in store for his attempt. Not really sure if this is a par putt. Kevin seems to have hit it right next to the hole.
seems to be a very good lag.
From the moment he was generating, I felt that he might overhit it, but he has gauged the distance to near perfection. Yes, moving on towards this hole number 70, the very, very picturesque par 5, where the tee shot is from very, very high elevated teeing grounds and the fairway is substantially lower. I won't be surprised if the drop in yardage would be about in excess of about 20-25 yards.
Oh, that is a significant drop.
Amardeep Malik attempts for his would should be a birdie attempt. There's a new change in system where the players are allowed to keep the flagstick in immaterial of what the length of the putt is.
Judging by that animated squat, it must have been a close call.
Yeah, always welcome change to sometimes see the players being such animated because it's not very easy to stay calm and composed, especially when you are out there for the entirety of the day, wearing your heart on the sleeve, attempting to do better, catch up with the leaders, or on occasions just trying to enjoy the game.
Yes, and uh, it's never a bad time to do a squat.
That's never a bad time to do squat unless you are unfit and not capable of doing that.
All the more reason to do one then, as we see Amar hoping to clean this up.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Of the day was held by Akshay Sharma at 14 under. So in terms of the score going lower has not really happened, but a lot of guys have caught up to that score. Aman Raj has, by being 5 under currently, has caught up 5 shots on the leader. So, which that means is that since the leader has not run away and is at par for the day and other guys have caught up, it makes for very interesting viewing and a very interesting tournament because now the tournament is wide open. A lot of players in the catching range of both Aman Raj and Akshay Sharma, and also they can, by the end of the day, the lead could again change hands because the leaderboard is packed so tightly.
Absolutely. Within 5 shots of the leaders are 15 players, any of whom can topple each other and contend and be seriously gunning for the number one spot. So stay tuned not only for round three, but also the same coverage being telecasted on the same platforms, AVP and Eurosports, for round four, where things will get even more exciting as the players will have one goal only to beat each other and be at number one spot. No,
Absolutely.
no room for errors will be left in round four, as there are no do overs after round four. You've locked in a score on the whole and you are done for the week.
And as we saw with Kshitij posting an 8 under par round today, we know that anybody within 5 or 6 shots even of the leader starting the final round tomorrow has potentially a very fair chance of winning, because you play well on this golf course and this golf course will reward you with some low scores.
Yes, absolutely. If you look at the live scoring on the Professional Golf Tour of India's app, you can get reviews of hole by hole scoring, and what that will bring is an insight that in the back nine of the HGA, the players are lighting it up with red numbers and birding more often than not.
We have some more interesting play going on. Angad Chima is making his way up the leaderboard at 5 under par for the tournament and the day, and he's actually posted 5 under, bogey free today. It's a very impressive round by him, and Vasu Segal is continuing his good run at 6 under par for the day. He also is bogey free.
Yes, absolutely. Posting even a single or one under or two under par bogey free is a monumental job, but Angad has done it with ease and has put in a 5 under par round, getting him up all the way to tied 23rd, which is a very strong move in the correct direction.
And I've seen this pattern with a lot of players, if you agree, that a lot of the players who've played well over the years, if they're not lurking around the top of the leaderboard, somehow by the end of the tournament, they push themselves up and finish somewhere around the top, if not at the topmost. And goes to show with Angad as well. He's one of the players who's very consistent, has been over the years, and he's always lurking around the leaderboards anytime he plays. And we can see that currently as well.
Yes, absolutely. It's very difficult to keep a winning derby horse down. And on this occasion, Angad and Amar, Gaurav Pratap are showcasing that they are up for the mantle of the sport, which is winning and winning regularly.
Speaking of bogey-free rounds, Shankar Das also has made 3 birdies, which is not maybe as many as he would have liked, but he's also not dropped a shot. So he's going inconsistent himself. We now look at the Tata Steel PGTI order of merit rankings for the season. And as we mentioned earlier, Om Prakash Chauhan sits pretty atop at 68 lakhs and 3,000 and a few rupees at the top of the leaderboard, followed by our current leader here, who can make a little impact into the difference between him and Om Prakash if he manages to pull through and wins this week. Then we are followed by Karan Pratap Singh, another very impressive young winner on tour, and Sachin Besoya at the number 4 position, but followed very, very closely by Jamal Hussain of Bangladesh. Not much between them when it comes to the monetary difference. And our most recent winner last week at Vishakhapatnam, Thanga Raja, is at number 6, followed by our resurgent veteran Gaurav Pratap Singh from Noida at number 7, and our young player from from Gurgaon, Gurugram, Sanit Bishnoi, and number 9 and 10 closing off are Harinder Gupta and Kartik Sharma. So a very impressive order of merit. Very diverse players, very different styles of playing, very different points in their careers also, but they're all impressing, and they're all playing really, really good calls this year. As we continue our live coverage at the 8GA, we also, being a tour of the world, will bring you updates for the Ryder Cup. If you aren't aware of it, Ryder Cup is played between uh, the top players from Europe and the top professional golfers from the USA, and it's a long-standing rivalry and one of the most fun, entertaining, and pressure-packed events that happen every 2 years in golf. And currently, the first day, foursomes seem to be going the European way, with them leading all 4 of their matches against the Americans. So uh, once you
Now, those of you wondering what Yashas S. Chandra is doing with a notepad in his hand is how players go about deciphering the various different plays they have, some mental notes about the venue, about how to play each hole, some yardages out there, and in all, every golfer has a notepad with them for various different purposes. The most common of them would be yardages on different holes with danger lurks or where they want their ball to be placed. According to that, they do the club selection. So those pocket notes come in very handy.
Yes, but knowing Yashas, I would not be surprised if in between shots waiting for his turn, he's also studying up on string theory.
Yes, Yashas is a very prolific ball striker. I remember playing with him on a few occasions. One of the rare talents who can move the ball both ways at will.
I think that is also one of the more underrated skills in the game. And I think a lot of amateur golfers or club golfers just assume that a professional golfer will control and move the ball any which way they want. But to do it under the pressure and tournament conditions, it's not that easy, as one might assume.
Yes, absolutely. Just showcases how good these players are sitting with such beautiful scorecards.
As we were talking about our veteran players, Harinder Gupta has just made a 2 on a par 4 on number 15. So he's moved up to 4 under for the day and 9 under for the tournament. Um, tell us about number 15. What is it like? How do you play number 15?
Yes, number 15th hole is a short par 4, which gives you mostly two approaches. One way you lay up with a very short iron, something like an 8 iron, or you can tee it up and take the more risk and reward opportunity, which is with a 3 wood or a driver, depending on your length, and attack the green. The danger which lurks with attacking the green is that the green is absolutely adjacent to the periphery of these stone walls, and if you leak anything towards the right, you are in out of bounds territory. So you got to be a little careful as to how much do you bite, only that much which you can chew. So in terms of 15th hole, Harinder Gupta has cobbled it up by making a 2 over there. Very easy to drive that hole. Most of the players will be attacking it.
Yes, indeed, because I think all these players at the top of the leaderboard would not even think twice. Um, I think the way they're playing in their visual periphery, anything which is 5 yards outside of the place target they want to hit it at, is not even in their visual landscape. And as we were talking about that, Aman Raj has managed to make a birdie on number 15, and he's now the sole leader at 15 under par, 6 under for the day, a shot ahead of Akshay Sharma, who is still playing the number 15. So we still have to see what he does.
Yes, absolutely. Aman Raj is playing like a man possessed. He is 6 under par with 3 more holes to go, out of which realistically both 16th and 17th are birdie opportunities. 16th being a short par 3 and 17th giving a realistic approach for birdie as it's a reachable par 5.
All I hear is more opportunities for Aman Raj to put a little daylight between him and currently Akshay Sharma, who's a shot behind. As we watch
A live look at the very difficult 18th hole. Difficult in the terms of finding the fairway, as there is out of bounds on the left hand side in form of the old range. The fairway is a little severely sloping left to right, and it is very well guarded with fairway bunkers. So very important to position yourself for a good second shot.
we
A
can
hole
see.
which actually favors the long hitters because they can take those bunkers out of play. There you have Sakev giving all of his might, not liking the direction it's headed in, but the lean towards the left would mean the ball is flared out a little to the right. So, which is the safer options if you tend to miss it out in either of the directions. Missing it towards the right is the way to go.
That's what they do. That's what they say in golf. You can hit good shots, but the misses have to be smart. So seems like Sake might have missed it in the right spot.
Yes, as they say, you can still talk to a ball which is moving left to right called a fade, but you can only hit, hope, and pray when it starts moving the other direction, which is right to left, more commonly known as a draw.
And you watch Amardeep Malik in very measured ways.
Amar is one of those players which have a very somewhat shortened backswing from the looks of it because he relies heavily on his body rotation. Very effective way to go about it, has had a very lucrative professional career and also boasts 2 wins based out of that swing.
And I think his swing form also requires you to be very strong. as you watch Kevin, who's playing fairly well, but um, is being overshadowed by Amar and Sakib a little. He's still 3 under for the round, which is a very, very good attempt.
Yes, it's very interesting to see how Kevin goes about his round. Seems to be a little carefree, but when you look at it up close while he's putting, you can see how closely he wears his heart on his sleeve and is always out there to perform to the best of his capabilities.
That's another beautiful aspect of the sport. People approach it in such different ways. Golfers treat it in such different ways, and they're all trying to do the one thing, and which is currently to catch Aman Raj.
Yeah, here's a look at the 17th hole. Par 5, beautiful picturesque views on this golf track.
So is 17 a three shorter as well?
Not at all. 17th is something which people can take on as a two shot hole because it's very much in the wheelhouse of landing your ball on the green in two shots. But the most imperative thing about this hole is the fairway bunker, which guards most of the hole, as there is a very massive water body running all the way up till the green. So you have to be very, very careful of not leaking it left. Once you find the fairway, you can choose a club according to your various lengths and give it a go to the green because it's wider when you are closer to the green on this particular par 5.
As you watch Daksh, Azhar, and Shankar Das making their way onto the 17th green. But you can understand the run of play today by seeing Daksh. He's moved down the leaderboard to tied 15th, and but he is playing fairly well. He's 1 under par for the day. It's just the guys around him are making birdies on the fly.
It just goes to show that even if you're under par, you cannot be a little pessimistic. You have to keep pedaling the metal to the floor and make a few more birdies as the people around you are pretty much looking to move into the fast lane.
Yes, as is the case for the moving day. And our players have not disappointed anyone today. Shankar Das now lining up his putt. A look at Sakib. Seems to be off the fairway, but looks relaxed, so he probably has a shot. And now we can see the leaves and the shirt sleeves ruffling a little more, which means the wind is picking up, which usually makes it a little more difficult to control the golf ball.
Yes, absolutely. And the wind does make things a little bit interesting, but most of the players are done with their rounds. So it's a matter of who can catch the man from Patna. Aman Raj is setting up a very strong case for himself to get this coveted title under his belt.
Sakibis probably have to wait for the rest of them to hit first. That's one of the problems of hitting it long. You have to wait for the rest of the guys to hit first, and then you get an opportunity.
Yes, of course, you should be very familiar about it. What you just saw was Saqib using a range finder, a device which lets you gauge the distance to a pinpoint accuracy, a welcome change in rules which allows the players to do that, as it not only gives you a better scoring opportunity, knowing the yardage, also speeds up the pace of play. So, all in all, a very good change. The device can be purchased from anywhere. It helps you gauge the yardage. The only thing which you need to be mindful is that it should not give you contouring of the slopes.
We see Amardeep on the 18th hitting his second shot. We can't see him, which only means that the severity of the slope.
Yeah, Amar's ball seems to be in one of those deep fairway bunkers which we were mentioning.
Look at him.
Yeah, there's the look at his pro tracer on the 18th, played out to the right. Kevin, on the other hand, seems to have launched it in the middle of the fairway, would be looking for a favorable bounce. And there you have Saqib. All the players, it's very easy to flare out on this tee shot towards the right because very severe danger lurks onto the left side in terms of the old golf range, which for this event has been marked as out of bounds. All right, here from back into the fairway, Kevin has hit a very good shot, which has just gone just a little off the green. But nonetheless, it's a good spot to be in. And from the looks of it, we already have a ball in the front half of the green. Could be Amardeep Malik's shot. We will soon come to know.
Saqib now carefully trying to manage his approach on the 18th.
That does not look like a very favorable shot, but who am I to comment on that as that ball is in the middle of the green?
It had both of us fooled.
Yes, absolutely. We both thought that the ball is shooting towards the left, but on the hindsight, Amar from that fairway bunker has hit a beautiful golf shot. Not easy to hit shots, especially when you are in a sandy lie, which is the bunker, also a blind shot. As when he was hitting the shot, we had no clue where that ball is coming out from.
Yes, and Harinder Gupta has finished his round rather disappointingly with a bogey, but he did manage to make an eagle on the 15th and followed those up with a couple of birdies on number 16 and 17. Despite the bogey finish, he's posted a scorecard of 5 under par, which is very impressive in itself. So he's currently in the top 10.
There you have on the screen Kevin just over the green, repairing his pitch mark. A very good gesture by any player is to take care of the pristine playing conditions which they have been provided by the venue. So whenever you're playing, please be careful of repairing your pitch marks, filling in your divots, and raking those bunkers, because you never know when you find yourself in a horrid lie.
All three of them With the putt for birdie on number 18, wouldn't they all like to just hit one more stroke and call it a day?
Yes, as all these three players, Saqib, Kevin, and Amar Malik, are on the last hole for the day, a birdie would just make the lunch taste even better. Not taking away from the lovely hospitality of HG and the beautiful food which would be, I'm sure, available for grabs. I can just feel my mouth watering because I remember HGA providing the players with complimentary buffet breakfast and lunch. I'm not sure about this time around, but it is a delight to have food in this city as they are very, very famous for their culture of food.
Well, I'm sure that exact thought is rendering through the minds of these players. They're focused on the putt, and the second they finish that, it's the food that they'd be looking for. Um, Sakim making his attempt for birdie. Seems like he's left it a little short. Oh, quite a while short, actually.
Yes, the 18th hole is pretty much back to front sloping, which means anything coming from the front edge of the hole towards where the flag is cut out right now, it will be a very, not very, but severely slow putt in comparison. On the other hand, the angle which Kevin has his putt coming up, I would rather see it having a little bit of break from right to left and decent speed.
Kevin has that very nonchalant look to him, and he might seem carefree, but I'm sure he's hyper focused into making the stroke and getting it in there. Yes, I think I think that was also a reaction to what Saqib did. If I was to guess, that was a little bit to do with Saqib's putt as well because of how short he left it.
Yes, and on our second feed, we have another group of ducks lining up with his attempt on the closing hole 18th.
Duck seems to be watching it carefully, but seems to be looking in the direction of the fairway. So
Yes, Kevin has made a good run towards his birdie attempt, leaving himself with a very short par putt coming up his way. Yeah, it's a very daunting tee shot. As you can see, Azhar also being very meticulous and careful with where he wants to align and hit this tee shot.
there's another underrated. You see his swing.
Seems
He
to
took a
have
full swipe at it.
he seems to have given it a mighty heave.
Another underrated aspect of the game is goes amiss with amateurs is where the professionals actually end up teeing the ball on every hole. A lot goes on to the shape they want to play or the other side of the fairway or the green they want to access, and Saqib goes and or he will not be very happy with that three putt, especially finishing your day that usually runs in your mind.
Yes, a three-putt bogey on the last hole is not a very tasteful thing, and Saqib will have his work cut out to chase the leaders for round 4, as a certain hiccup on the 18th he will find himself at 12 under par.
Yes, and one can hope that Amardeep does not repeat that same mistake. I think him and his caddy seem to be very sure of the line that they've chosen. Usually, when he knows what a putt is doing, he makes it. So, no, he didn't. I think.
Yes, the 18th hole flag position seems to be foxing players who are in currently very good form, as we see Sakib and Amar both getting bedazzled with the break and dropping shots on the last hole of the day. No such issues for Kevin as he just gently nudges it to the hole, and that's a nice gesture of players acknowledging each other's round, and they will head towards the scoring desk where they will submit their scorecards and call it day's work.
Yeah, the comfort of the air conditioning and the comforting welcome by Jay Sharma and Gagan Chadda doing the scoring there, as in every event.
Yes, the most important aspect is after you're done with your round is to submit your scorecards with the correct scores. Can't leave it to chance, because if you have submitted a wrong scorecard, you can be very severely penalized. So much so that there is a possibility of getting disqualified if you submitted a wrong scorecard.
Or if you forget to sign your scorecard as well. And surprisingly, it has happened and it still happens at the highest levels of golf all around the world.
Yes, with the adrenaline and the focus and the commitment towards your round, it is very easy to make such an errand. But that's why you have the amazing support staff of each tour. And on our tour, we have JP, my dear friend, and Gagan, who will be very meticulous and will not let the players walk off with such a blemish. Great job by the support staff of the Professional Golf Tour of India in taking care of their star players and each and every member and treating them alike.
Yes, and as we speak, we will update you on the leaderboard now. We have three leaders on 15 under par. Currently, we're watching one of them, Aman Raj, who's having the better round of the three on the day. But Akshay Sharma, who started the day as the sole leader at 14 under, has picked up a shot and has moved to 15 under. And Sachin Besoya has made two birdies on the trot on number 15 and number 16. So, and they have not entirely separated themselves from the pack, but then they are two shots ahead of the guy following pursuit, which is Ravi Kumar, who's sitting alone at fourth position and 13 under par. So as and when we are watching more coverage, we're getting to the end of the day. As we hoped and promised, the leaderboard is getting more and more interesting, and players are getting in closer and closer to the lead.
Yes, as you can see with live scoring up on display, the top position is being occupied by three people. That means rarefied air which Aman Raj was breathing has been breached by Akshay Sharma and Sachin Basoya. Very good to see Akshay's resilience coming back after a very faltery start. He has stayed true, made a bunch of pars, and fired in three birdies to find himself again at tied number one spot. Sachin also making amends of his solitary bogey on the 10th hole by firing up three birdies and being tied for number one spot. And on the live feed one, we can see Aman Raj repairing a spike mark, what it seems, on the hole number 17th.
Yes, he still has quite a way to go for his second putt, which I'm certain he would have been disappointed with the first attempt, and he'd want to make amends by making this. As we watch on the feed, Daksh on the live feed too, on number 18, hitting their approaches and making their way towards the green and finishing their rounds on a high, hopefully. Amiraj with his second putt on number 17, the par 5, which I would presume is for par, and he's made a better stroke of it.
Now, we'll soon come to know what was that putt for, because there's a realistic chance of that being a birdie putt.
Yes, that is correct. Ravi Kumar to clean up his.
Ravi seems to have backed up. Something has disturbed him. It's very good to walk off of a stroke and regroup yourself, as he just showcased.
Now you see Daksh Shokin, unsure where his ball landed up after his second shot on 18. That is Shankar Das moving towards the green also on the 18th, which, as we saw from Amardeep Malik's group, that it's not enough to make it to the green. You have to figure out the contours and the speeds on number 18 as well. Despite having an entire day on the greens, it's not very easy to figure out. As I think Daksh has missed it left. It seems like a bunker on the left.
Yes, there's a green side bunker guarding this green, uh, which actually is a bit of a relief, because if you look at that net which is behind Daksh, that's the periphery of the out of bounds. So an Aaron second approach shot can actually end up in this bunker and be a relatively easier shot coming in. Because not only does it help the speeding ball which is moving towards the out of bounds by applying handbrakes, and also most of these professionals are so good with their shot game that they would prefer being in the bunker than thick rough which is behind him.
Yes, and while Daksh figures out his shot on number 18, Shamim Khan has made quite the leap up the leaderboard, firing a 6 under par, bogey free, and he sits at 5 under par for the tournament at tied 24th with Karan Pratap Singh.
Daksh is giving it extra caution because he's got barely any green to work with.
Yes, and this seems like he's
Yes,
quite below the surface, and the green is running away from him.
absolutely, that is the case, and this will test all of his short game skills. As you see, it's difficult for the players coming from that angle to stop the ball close to the hole. As not just because the greens are very slick and fast, but in a way, word slow makes it even difficult to get the ball to stop.
Yes, and maybe that amount of run, his lie would have been a little questionable as well. Um, but he does have a putt, so you never know. Can make a long one to finish the day. See Shankar Das from the front of the green on number 18, and what we've seen before from the groups, not an easy task to putt this.
Yes, Shankar Das in Sakib territory. All he has to do is hit it hard. And he also has come up short. That goes to show that this is not a very easy putt to read.
Yes, from the looks of it, 18th on the greens is stifling all the players.
Yes, 18th green is posing a bit of a challenge for some of the star players, and it is possible that they're finding it even still very difficult to gauge the speed on the greens pretty much after the completion of their round. Happens when you have a rain struck round where the greens actually get a shade slower than they were already playing in round 1 and 2. Yes, both live feed 1 and 2 are giving you some extremely nerve-wracking shots coming up your ways. As one is an attempt by Daksh Shokeen to save his par on the last hole, and the second is for Akshay to hit his tee shot on the 18th to place himself for a relatively easier second shot on the dreaded 18th.
Apologies, that was Kapil Kumar actually on the tee box. Daksh, although he didn't make that putt, but still one of the better strokes and better putts on this hole that we've seen yet. I don't think making bogey, he's losing out too many shots to the field, but he's losing a shot nonetheless.
Yes, on the 18th hole, there seems to be a challenge lurking up the players, which is being not only just making it to the dance floor in 2, but also being very cautious about the contouring on the 18th. If this is any indication of what we saw from Sakib's putt, this ball should be moving just a fraction bit towards the right half of the cup.
Yes, and we can see Shankar Das giving it a lot of thought, which means it's not an easy putt at all. And that would be a heartbreaking finish. This 18th is giving these players a tough time.
Yes, the HGA Greens are playing their critical role and not making life very simple for the players. And I'm talking about the players who are in very good, hot form at the moment. Because if there was any kind of a heartbreak, I'm sure Mr. Shankar Das just felt it after that, but not finding the bottom.
And we see The same story continuing by the local lad Azhar.
Yes, all three players walking off with a bogey on this hole just goes to show that the challenges of HGA are very real.
If we now move on to the leader group and have a look at number 17 for the final time today.
Yes, as the leaders have made way onto the 17th hole, the live leaderboard walking along with them, you see the man standing on your right corner with the live leaderboard.
Yash is making his attempt and seems to be in tap and range.
Yes, Yashash with that resurgent, fiery birdie stretch on hole number 14, 15th, and 16th have seen him back towards being tied fifth at 12 under par.
Sachin now seems to be on a similar line but a shorter putt. Um, we now know Aman Raj made a par on number 17.
Yeah, that was a crucial part because it was a sizable par attempt. Very important to have the right momentum going in towards round four, as Aman is only left with one hole, the 18th. Interesting fact about this golf course is there is a lot of cart rides which you get to take, unlike any golf tournament, because of the unique feature of the golf course being inside the fort walls. Some of the holes are a sizable distance apart from each other. So to make sure that the pace of play is kept up, you have a cart facility which picks you up from the back of the green number 17th and drives you all the way up to 18th. And here's a look at our leader hitting his approach shot into the 18th hole. That seems to have found the green and is not very far off for his birdie attempt.
Yes, that's one of the more impressive approach shots on number 18, and it was by one of our leaders, Aman Raj. He would not be looking to save par there. He would probably be aggressive with that putt if it's not too far away from the hole.
Yes, but what that second shot finding the green means that he has definitely made it clear on the dance floor and would be gunning for another birdie, which would mean this is going to be a blemish-free 6 under at least. Very, very impressive work from the man from Patna.
Yes, and he's caught up on strokes. He started the round 5 back, and he's now sitting tied with the leaders. All three players, a very interesting group. Ravi Kumar, Aman Raj, Harinder Gupta, and notable difference, all choosing different styles of hats for themselves. Wonder why I find that interesting.
Yes, from the full rounded hat of Aman Raj to the cap of Ravi, and barely anything over the head of Kapil Kumar, the visor. All three choosing a different way of dressing sense, whichever gives you more comfort.
You watched the replay of the disappointing three putts Amardeep and Sakib had on number 18, as did a few more players. So we have one more hole left for all the players, including the leader group. Everyone in the leader group made a par on the par 5, 17.
Yes, back on live action as Kapil would want to make a birdie of his own.
Yes, but judging by what we've seen on number 18, if he's more than 20 feet outside the flag, a two putt is also a good way to finish the hole. And Ravi Kumar seems to have short sighted himself and left himself with a very difficult up and down. We saw Daksh from the bunker in a similar position, and he could manage to only uh, get it to about 20-25 feet of the hole. Uh, let's see what Ravi Kumar can do.
Yes, Ravi pretty much in the same vicinity of where Daksh was. He would want to also make his up and down to keep his scorecard a little bit more cleaner.
Oh,
And
that's a very, very good shot by Ravi Kumar.
yeah, that's brilliantly hit.
It goes to show maybe Daksh did not have a very good lie to work with.
Yes, possible that Daksh drew a bad lie for himself because the way Ravi has hit his bunker shot, it just goes to show that it's not at all a difficult bunker shot. Nothing taking away from the talent of the man, but nearly hold out. Impressive. Very, very impressive. And here you have on hole number 18, the leaders have found themselves on the teeing grounds. And Yashash, who has no issues with length, has sent his ball aerial and would be looking to find the short grass.
Seems to have moved quickly off the tee as we watch Kapil Kumar negotiating number 18, and not entirely tap in range, but he shouldn't have a problem with making a par there.
Yes, and now we have Sachin, our co-leader, ready to launch his ball on the 18th hole.
Kapil Kumar actually tapped out. I know a few players would have marked that and taken some time, but good on him for finishing quickly. Sachin seems to not have been very sure of that strike, but now we watch Akshay Sharma, our one of our leaders, one of our three leaders.
Yes, Akshay, the overnight leader, looking to send his ball packing on the 18th and finding the short grass as well. One of the more difficult tee shots on this golf course.
Seems to be posing, but also carefully looking at the ball. And now we have Aman Raj to see if he can rake up another birdie and finish strong. He does indeed. He just catches the cup on the left side. He had the perfect roll on it, and he's going to be all smiles.
Yes, absolutely. Aman Raj is the first to again break out from the pack and sit pretty at 16 under par. So the work is cut out for the rest of the two, which is Sachin and Akshay, to catch him.
And he's had the second best round of the day as well at 7 under, and he's also played bogey free today.
Yes, absolutely. at the beginning of the day, if somebody had told him that you will have a bogey-free 7 under par, he would have been over the moon. And here's a replay of the brilliant bunker shot from Ravi. Ravi also trying to keep up pace with the leaders as he is fourth alone at 13 under par. So from the looks of it, Ravi will find himself in the second leader group, as it's pretty much a sealed deal for the leader group for tomorrow, where Aman, Akshay, and Sachin should find all three of them in the last leader group and be gunning each other out for the coveted Telangana Golconda Masters 2023.
Look at our leaderboard. Just
Exciting round 4, and we will be bringing you similar live coverage of round 4 of the Telangana Golconda 2023 Masters on the same platforms, AVP, Live, and Eurosports. So stay tuned for what's coming up tomorrow on the same venues, as round 4 is getting very, very exciting with two people tied at second position, 15 under, with one hole to go, chasing the man from Patna who has submitted a blemish-free 7 under par, which makes him sit at a total of 194, 16 under par.
yes, and here's a look at all the events that the PGTI has to bring to you, and it's only getting more exciting as the season is progressing, with some big prestigious events coming your way and our way. Very different cities to travel to as well. From Hyderabad, we make our way to Jammu next week, and then we come back down to Panchkulla, followed by Chandigarh and Digboy. And then we take our trade to Gurugram, then Kolkata, Jaipur, and then the season ender, the big event. All the players want to be is the Golmuri Jamshedpur, the event with a prize purse of 3 crores, all leading up to that event.
Yes, exciting times for all the professionals on the Professional World Tour of India, with 8 different venues coming up with sizable paychecks, as there are opportunities all the way up till the second week of December to make your move and better your chances to the Tata Steel Tour Championship, which is the mother of them all, sitting very pretty at 3 CR.
We can watch live our leader group on number 18. That's Akshay.
Who looks at a very horrid lie. I wonder where that ball has ended up. Maybe possibly at the upslope of a bunker where he was in a very uncomfortable stance.
Yes, he did seem to not be in the fairway and had to maneuver something out of where he was. Sachin seems to be all right though.
Yeah, Sachin giving attention to detail with a couple of practice swings before he lets one loose on the ball. Seems to have given a bit of mighty hack, would have been in the thick stuff himself.
Yes,
And he's hit a beautiful approach shot into the 18th.
yes, and it's even more impressive if he's done it out of the rough. One of the better shots that we've seen on this green.
Yes, he's given him a realistic look at catching the leader, which is Aman Raj. Also on your screens is now Yashash and Chandra. It looks like Yashash is also in somewhat heavy stuff. People are finding it difficult to find the 18th green. And yeah, Yashash has found the front half of the center. Should be a relatively simple two putt, but from whatever we've seen, this is not an easy two putt. But to the advantage of Sachin, he will get pretty much the entire read of the ground, as Yashash will be coming from far back out on the same line. Here's a look at the Pro Tracer technology, which gives you a look at various different ball flights. As we're looking at the hole, most of the players are flaring out to the right. That's not a very welcome sight when somebody is still doing yardaging and a par four with his third shot.
Yes, I think he must have been in a very awkward position with his second shot to have also then missed the short surface.
Yes, absolutely. It looks he looked very in a very uncomfortable setup when he was hitting his approach shot.
He is one of the leaders, so I won't put it past him to put a good wet swing on this and have a realistic chance at finishing with a par.
So that's a very good shot from him at Telai. He's given himself a very realistic par attempt, and it's good to see the acknowledgement from his playing partner, although they're competing for the same prize purse, same trophy, but a good sportsmanship spirit just showcased by Sachin and acknowledging the effort and the brilliance of that shot from Akshay.
Absolutely, but Akshay still would have a tricky putt, as we saw Amardeep Malik from a very similar position. We saw it had a lot of break for the putt, and it was a little downhill as well. So he has his work cut out, even with the shortish putt, but a very, very good third approach to the green, regardless.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Having a look at what's happening in professional golf in terms of round three, we have some very critical moments coming up with Sachin having a birdie putt attempt to tie the lead with Aman Raj at 16 under par. We have Akshay, who will be having a very relatively small par attempt to stay at 15 under par. And from a fair bit distance apart, Yashas, who finds himself at 12 under par, would be not only trying to two putt from that distance, but make sure that he keeps himself at 12 under par. It's a very good hit. At least he didn't falter up like rest of the players who found it difficult making it as in terms of the distance to the hole.
Yes, I think he's just being a little cautious in marking it, but should get out with a fairly simple two putt. And what I would also assume is a good finish to the day.
Yes, absolutely. But it would be interesting to see how much of a understanding has Sachin got from that stroke after Yasha's ball traveled pretty much on the similar lines from where he's going to hit.
Yes, and I think given I don't know if he's aware that he's a short back, but I would assume that it's an uphill putt. He's seen a fair bit of the line, and he should be aggressive with this stroke. I think he's going to line this up to make it and not cozy it up there for a two putt.
Yes, of course. Knowing the way Sachin plays, this will definitely have a run at the hole. And yes, there is a live leaderboard locked in behind to showcase what's happening. And here is the attempt. Wow, that narrowly evades the hole. Somehow that ball broke immediately past the hole.
Yes, I think this hole was kind to the leader at the top of the board, which is why he is at the top of the board. Aman Raj seems to be the only one at the top of the leaderboard to make a birdie there.
Yes, as we draw towards a close of the third round of Bolini Pilnash presents along with Telangana Tourism, Telangana Golf Masters 2023. It is a very crucial and critical part coming up for our overnight leader Akshay Sharma. He's hit a brilliant third shot to give himself a realistic par putt.
Yes, I think if he manages to put this in the hole, he is going to be a lot happier than the other members of his group who are also going to make a par. But just the way he did it, he's going to feel like picked up a stroke.
Yes, absolutely. After that horrid lie which he had for a second shot, the third shot has given him a very good opportunity, and I'm sure with the capabilities of this man who's been the overnight leader not only here but was also contending the last week, he's locked in towards sending this ball where it belongs, bottom of the hole.
Yes, and he has done that.
Extremely well done. Shows the substance of the players which are showcasing their talent. Akshay is not shy at all of making a charge, as he has shown it to us on round 1 and 2. Will be a very interesting time. Please stay tuned for more professional golf coming up from the beautiful city of Hyderabad for round 4, which is going to be live telecasted on ABP Network and Eurosports, so that you can sit at the comforts of your home and enjoy golf. The play is heating up with the scores being set by the course being set up by Aman Raj, which is at 16 under par. He is the leader. In close pursuit is Akshay and Sachin at 15 under par. We are drawing towards the close of round, not close, drawing towards close. We are at a close of round 3, as we have a look at the old wall horse Ranjit trying to understand what are the predicaments laying in front of the players.
Yes, and it seemed to be a fair challenge on the day and a lovely moving day as well. A very competitive round by all the players. And another good factor was the weather. The rain stayed away, and we got to watch good quality golf.
Yes, and the round three is drawn to a close, and you can see, look at the leaderboards. Aman Raj at 16, at 15 under par, Sachin and Akshay will find themselves chasing the leader. Ravi has himself finished on a high at 13 under par and is standing standalone at 4th. Whereas Sakib and Yashash and Chandra find themselves tied 5th at 12 under par. Harinder and Amardeep, to the late heroics, have found themselves at 10 under par, tied 7th. And a very good outing from Sudhir and Gaurav along with Kevin have given them a tied 9th alongside Shankar Das, and the blemish-free round of Kshitij Naved Kaul at 8 under par makes him jump a lot of spots to a tied 9th position. So as you can see with the scoring which is up for display, that tomorrow promises to be a very, very exciting round. So here is hoping to see you guys again tomorrow for the final round of the Telangana Golconda Masters 2023. Here are some of the highlights of round 3. You can see Ravi discussing with his caddy about the foxy breaks on these greens.